Good morning and welcome to the 130th Maine State Legislature. This morning we have a work session. This is the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Joe Rafferty and I am the State Senate District 34 Senator, which is essentially down in York County. This morning we have a work session. And prior to doing so, what I would like to do is have my fellow committee members introduce themselves if they would. And then I'm going to start with my co-chair, Representative Brennan, please.
Thank you, Senator. And my name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Woodsum.
Senator Dave Woodsum, District 33, York County.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Hi, I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning, everybody. This would be David McCray up in Fort Fairfield, representing the good people of District 148, and have a good day.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good morning, everyone, from a little bit of snowy Wells, Maine. My name is Tim Roach, and I represent District 7.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of 12 towns and the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County. And some committee members would be interested to know that former Representative Farnsworth is going to arrive at my house this afternoon at some point to pick up some fresh maple syrup.
Very good. I'm sure you'll give him your best. Also working with us this morning, we'll have our clerk, Sam Baker. Sam, and in addition to Sam, we'll have an analyst, Hillary Risler, and also Sam Seneth. So thank them and for being here. We appreciate all the help that we know that you folks offer to us. Just to review a little bit about a work session, folks, just keep in mind that essentially the purpose of this committee is to receive information from the staff and others in order for the members to consider the legislative proposals before them and to make recommendations or reports to the legislature as a whole. Only committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session, and this will be done through Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and will also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. We are also broadcasting the audio of this meeting on the legislature's website, www.legislature.maine.gov. And just a couple of reminders for all of us, just to be aware and of your mics. And it's in most cases more helpful if we can keep it muted unless it's us that's doing the direct speaking. So this morning's session is we have 4 bills will work: LD 144, LD 636, LD 655, LD 707. And this morning I'm going to open our first hearing will be relative to LD 144, which is an act to fund capital improvements to career and technical education centers and regions to bolster Maine's future workforce. So the hearing on LD 144 is open. And is that yours, Hillary?
Yes, it is. So if I may just jump in to refresh everyone, this bill we actually worked on Monday and tabled to today, and it's the bill that authorizes the issuance and use of up to 20 million in Maine Governmental Facilities Authority securities for capital improvements and equipment purchases for career and technical education centers and regions. And if you recall from Monday, Speaker Thecto had proposed, the sponsor of the bill had proposed an amendment, and that amendment was identical to the majority committee amendment that was passed out of committee last session, but died upon the conclusion of the legislature. Where we left off on Monday, some committee members had some questions and concerns about what these funds would be used for, and focus on whether they would be used for equipment purchases, capital improvements related to those equipment purchases, or routine capital improvements. I know there's been some discussion since Monday, and members may have some friendly amendments to the amendment that you reviewed on Monday.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Before we go any further, I'm just going to ask, we've had a couple of folks join us since we opened the hearing. And folks, this is a common thing. You'll see us happen to us throughout the morning or any session where legislators have more than just our own committee to deal with. Oftentimes they're testifying, potentially sponsoring other bills and other committees. But I see that we've been joined by Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett.
Good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett from District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. And we do have a hand up or a question from Senator Woodson, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hillary, could you define the term related? I mean, how broad can that be interpreted?
I think that is up to you. You can define it, and we could use it as a defined term. One of the suggestions that was made was that it would be for any capital improvements necessary to utilize the equipment purchased. So I think it's ultimately really up to you as a committee of how much you want to define it, or how much you want to leave it up to the Department of Education in their criteria to define.
Personally, I feel more comfortable with something to the effect equipment purchases and related capital improvements specific to the equipment purchased. I throw that out there for discussion.
Sure, I think that's been, I think that's been part of our discussion right along. I think we'll need to clarify that, but in the meantime, I'm gonna, Representative Brennan has a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Wisdom, have you seen the amendment that was drafted by Representative Stearns? So if I could ask, Mr. Chair, just to have, if Ms. Risler could read that amendment. I think it speaks directly to Senator Wisdom's concerns. And I know that the speaker is here as a sponsor of the bill, and that he's also had an opportunity to review the amendment as well. But I don't think everybody on the committee has seen it or heard it at this point. So if Ms. Risler was able to read that for the committee at this point, it might be helpful.
Sure. So the language that I received from Representative Stearns specifically stated that any funds are to be used to purchase updated equipment or for any capital improvements necessary to utilize said equipment, and that the department shall establish criteria for the approval of projects and the distribution of funds.
Representative Woodson, does that clear it up for you, sir? I'm
I could
sorry,
live with,
Senator.
I could live with that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just ask that we call on the speaker, the sponsor of the bill, and have him comment on that amendment.
Certainly, thank you. Good morning, Speaker Facto, how are you?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Brennan, members of the committee. Thanks for taking the time to work this bill. Again, I really appreciate it. I am certainly supportive of the work that's been done by the committee to get this bill to a place where it seems like there will hopefully be agreement on a way forward. The one thing I would flag is on the list of needs or things that the CTE directors highlighted. One thing that stood out to me was it seemed like a lot of the CTE schools, or a number of them, a handful of them, had ADA compliant upgrades that they were hoping to do. It would seem that this amendment would prevent those ADA compliant upgrades from taking place. And I definitely would be concerned that we don't take this opportunity to make the investment in our CTE schools, that persons with disabilities have equal access to the services and education that these CTE schools provide. And so I would flag that. And I don't know if Hillary, Ms. Risler, if you have any thoughts about whether or not the amendment as written would preclude those changes or not, but I did want to flag those. I just wanted to flag those because I had seen on the list from the various CTE schools across the state that ADA compliance came up a few times. The only other thing I would add is, I understand that the committee is attempting to make sure as much of the money is dedicated to the investment in equipment. Another concern I would have is, I don't know, for example, some schools have garage doors for automotive repair that are very old and need, in some cases, are disabled, they don't work properly. I'm not sure, again, if this amendment would preclude upgrades to garage doors, for example, because I don't know if that is technically defined as equipment or if that's going to be defined as a capital expense to the building itself. So I just want to make sure that we're being thoughtful about ensuring that the schools can make the investments that they need, because I think ultimately what happens across the state, as you all well know, these schools are housed in specific school districts, and they often do not get the kind of investment in everyday upkeep that the standard K through 12 gets. And one of the larger concerns I have had and continue to have is these schools get stigmatized because they get left, for the most part, without the proper upkeep, and students who go there get seen as less than because they're attending, they're going over to a school that is often, not really in a good state of repair. And so I just want to be very mindful that we're making sure that this amendment will not prevent the important investments that need to take place at the 28 CTE schools across the state. So I just wanted to highlight that. And I really would, particularly on the ADA compliance and things such as, garage doors, those kinds of, building related repairs that I'm not sure whether or not they fall into the bucket of equipment or the capital expense. So I just wanted to highlight those things.
Thank you. I have a question from Representative McCray, followed by Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. This is my third term, which doesn't make me the longest current serving person, but I'm getting there. One thing that I've noticed consistently, okay, and I wholeheartedly support almost anything that comes down the pike that has CTE written into the title. So I'm saying that right up front. However, a little bit of a disagreement with the direction this might be taking. I see this as an opportunity, let's say, to put $20 million into equipment, which we have heard that squeaky wheel all 3 of my terms. And while I know ADA not only is something we should strive for, it's something we have to strive for. We have to put it in place. And those stinking doors that don't work, they've got to be replaced. But I don't want to see a backhoe or a piece of automotive equipment that costs $200,000 go by the wayside to put in 3 new doors and make it ADA compliant. I think that we should strike while the iron is hot to get this equipment, because it's so easy to say, which is exactly what's happened the last 2 terms, is it's old equipment. So if we wait another 2 years, it's just going to be older and we'll still be saying it's old equipment. We'll make do. So I guess I support the doors and the ADA 100%, but I hate to see us lose this equipment fund. That's my comment. Thank you.
Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative McCraig and Speaker Fecto. I guess in my own mind and interpretation, I mean, if you buy a piece of equipment, say it's a tree harvester or whatever, and the doors aren't big enough to get it in, that certainly complies with the intent of the bill. And I feel it also with the ADA, which I hadn't thought of, but if something needs to be adjusted so that these individuals can work on the equipment or be educated and trained, then that to me makes the equipment effective. So if the language can be tailored to meet those needs, then I certainly would support it.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that Speaker Fecto has brought forward that's a really good point, the ADA piece particularly. And I'm wondering if there's anyone from the department that could speak to whether or not revolving renovation funds are available to these centers for ADA purposes, that kind of thing. And I should know this, but I don't.
I don't
That's
see
okay.
anyone in the attendee list. I don't know off the top of my head, although I was going to flip through my notes on the bill last session to see if I can find an answer quickly. If I do, I will jump back on.
And while she's doing that, I think this conversation we've had it. And we kind of, essentially, we're all, I think, looking at, obviously, we'd like to see this money get into the hands of of the different institutions. But what we fear is, I believe, is, so if we fix a door, hypothetically, does that lead around the corner to the side door that needs to be fixed, or the painting that needs to be upgraded because of the repair? I mean, and I think what we're trying to do is find a way to get the money to the equipment and the related needs that equipment requires. So if we buy a new truck that doesn't fit in a particular building right now and it needs an additional door or a widening of the door, we see that as appropriate. But I'm hoping that we do get an answer relative to the ADA. I'm just curious as to how they get to a point of not being compliant. I see Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, this isn't the only pot of money. there is the revolving renovation fund. And so if there are issues such as ADA or doors that need to be fixed, I believe that these schools can apply to that fund just like anybody else. I am of the same mindset as Representative McCray, which is it's time to strike now and get updated equipment. We have a serious workforce issue. We need our young people trained on equipment that is relatable to the jobs that are out there now. If we have bipartisan support for getting that equipment and any related infrastructure type investments, then I say let's just go with it. And if there are ADA issues, then that leadership should know that they can apply to these other funds. Thank you.
Any other discussions? Yes. Speaker Fecto.
I would just say you all have convinced me. Maybe I should spend more time in the education committee.
Well, thank you for that thought, but Representative Stearns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for my voice this morning. My only hesitancy would be to maybe go back to Hillary. She had made an adjustment to that language, a technical adjustment. And I'm wondering if the current language that she read that I proposed is going to be okay in her world.
I think it'll need a little bit of tweaking. I think it needs, first of all, consistency throughout. So anytime we're talking about capital improvements throughout the amendment, we'll need to make sure that we're talking about those capital improvements which are related and necessary to the use of the equipment purchasing.
I guess my question would be, do you feel that you have the necessary information to draft it and we could, it would be something we could handle at language review?
Yes, I do think I have a good understanding of what you're looking for, and I'll certainly bring it back to you at language review. And if at that time you think there's anything that it's not quite narrow enough or a little, too narrow, those are things that are pretty easy to finesse once we get to the language review. But yes, I do feel I understand the intent.
Thanks.
Senator Woodson, sir.
Yes, with that being said, are we ready for a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I move that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, you're good.
Okay, thanks. I move that LD 144 ought to pass as just discussed with Hillary and to be reviewed at language review. I don't know if that's clear enough, but that's my intent.
I'd like to second that.
And the second was? I missed that.
Representative McCray.
Representative McCray?
Representative McCray.
Thank you very much. Hey, so let's, I'd like to move the vote. All those in favor of LD 144 ought to pass. I believe that's as amended.
Yep.
Please, if you would, raise and hold your hand, please. I see Senator Rafferty, Senator Woodson, Representative Stearns, Representative McCray, Representative Salisbury, Representative Roach, Representative Brennan, Representative Sampson, Representative Crockett, Representative Millette. Anyone opposed, please?
Was that,
And
Senator,
so
was
it is,
that,
unanimous by those.
Senator, was
It
that
was-
Representative Dodge,
Yeah.
not Representative Sampson?
I'm sorry. Did I not? I'm sorry. I'm
No, that's okay. I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to clarify for the record.
Sorry about that, Jan.
And Representative Lyman.
Well, I'm trying to read papers and read screens at the same time. Sorry. So
I don't
It
think we
was
have
Representative
Lyman.
Dodge in favor.
And so I would just ask,
And Representative Lyman, I believe she was on as well. I'm not sure.
Okay, Representative, I did not see her presence. Thank you. My apologies. Sam, do you need, you good?
I think, Senator, can we clarify with Representative Lyman? Because I was looking down at my paper.
Yes, Representative Lyman.
I
The
apologize.
motion.
I just got back from my appointment, so I'm just getting on.
Okay, I think that might be an absentee then.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll,
Thank you.
thank you. So we're good otherwise, Sam?
Yes, Senator, we're good.
and so I just wanted to
So
quickly,
I'm gonna,
if I may, Senator Rafferty, I just wanted to quickly ask, given that the language in this particular case is very particular, just ask permission from the committee if I need to reach out to anyone or if I have any questions or clarifications that the committee is okay with me sharing some language to do so.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please,
And
yes,
of course,
thank you.
I'll bring it back to the committee as well, but as I'm drafting it. Thank you.
thank you, Hillary. Representative, I'm going to close the hearing then on LD 144 and congratulations, Speaker Fecto. Representative Lyman, if you want to take a moment to introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I'm Sheila Lyman, representative for District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so our next up is going to be LD 636. That hearing is open. LD 636 is an act to encourage the purchase of local foods for public schools. And I think.
That one's mine, Senator.
Thank you very much, Sam.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. All right. So this is LD 636, an act to encourage the purchase of local foods for public schools. This bill does a few different things. It changes the name of the fund from the local produce fund within the Department of Education to the local foods fund. It increases the maximum state match for the purchase of produce or minimally processed foods to $7,500, and that is from $1,500 per SAU in fiscal year 21 to 22 and subsequent years, or $10,000 from $2,000 per SAU if the SAU sends a food service employee to a local foods training administered by DOE. It adds to the types of eligible foods value-added dairy and protein. It adds foods that are peeled, sliced, refrigerated, or frozen to the types of allowable minimally processed foods. It makes clear that all foods purchased using the fund must be grown or purchased in Maine, and it allows for food to be purchased from local food processors and food service distributors. The committee heard testimony, a significant amount of testimony in favor of this bill. The committee heard no testimony against the bill. The committee did hear testimony neither for nor against. And I just did want to point out that the department had recommended including language regarding protein that is minimally processed. If you look at the bill as drafted, it's a little ambiguous as to whether the descriptor minimally processed applies to protein. So I think the recommendation was to make it clear that minimally processed would apply to those, that addition of protein foods. Information requests. So it was asked what food safety measures would be required if the program were expanded to include meats and dairy. The Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, has a very extensive food code. And I have a link here to their website. There are very detailed rules for the inspection and processing of different categories of foods, including meats and proteins. And so these foods would be subject to those rules. Again, you can review the specific requirements for different types of foods on their website there in their regulations. I did include a link to the bill, a link to the current statute, and I copied and pasted that right there. Also wanted to just make a note that in the 129th, the maximum state contribution was raised, that should be fiscal year 19 to 20, not 29, from $1,000 to $1,500. So a small increase last session. Also included some links to background information on farm to school programs. There's an article in County Health Rankings. There's a handbook, which is has a lot of really detailed and good information published by the National Farm to School Network, as well as Vermont Law School. There's a link to that. The USDA has an Office of Community Food Systems that also promotes school lunch programs and partnerships. I included a link to that website. And also a link to the National Farm to School Network, which works to build farm and school partnerships. Link to that as well. So the fiscal impact for this bill has not yet been determined. And that is what I have for the committee. And I'll stop sharing so that you can see each other.
Thank you. Any questions? I see Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam, can you define local? What is considered local for, say, a school district in York County?
So that's a good question, Senator. Local isn't defined. I think within the context of the bill, local essentially means within the state.
Okay, good, because I was just thinking, if we wanted to buy broccoli, not a lot of big broccoli farms in York County, but there are certainly in Rustic County. Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going over again some of the information that we received, I thought it was really from the different school nutrition directors that were talking to us regarding some of the local local produce funds that are left unspent, and some of the buying power and the opportunities that it allows them to sort of expand their purchasing power and the items they can purchase. I feel like this is a great opportunity for us to support local farmers and to allow the school nutrition directors to really do the things that they do best, which is finding some great food opportunities for their students. More comment, not a question, I guess.
Thank you. Okay, this is work session. They're allowed. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate some of the verbiage in the bill, but I'm not, for whatever reason, well informed enough about the financial piece of it. Is there a fiscal note to this? I noticed that it looked like it was going to go to a $10,000 per school unit limit, if I'm not mistaken. But if we could have a review of how the money works on this, it would help me.
So there.
Go ahead, Sam.
So they have not yet done, there is no preliminary fiscal note on this. So that would be yet to be determined. I think it had been noted, and I know that Anna Corson from Full Plates, Full Potential, who had submitted some additional data about use of the fund. The great majority of schools are not capping out. They're not maxing out the fund at the moment. And I think, presumably that could change if different types of foods are added and the ability to use distributors in particular is added. So yet to be determined what the fiscal note is, but I know that if the committee would like to hear from Ms. Corson, she is here in the waiting in the attendee room and may have more information about specific data on the fund.
Thanks. I'd like to invite her to respond to that. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Senator Rafferty. Good morning, committee. So as far as the fiscal note, my understanding is that the intent with this change in the cap, the reimbursement cap, is to draw down the funds that are already available. That the local produce fund established ongoing yearly funding, and we want schools to be able to access that more than they already have been. So that's the intent. And that also there should not be an additional fiscal note added, that funding already exists within the department.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks? Representative Stearns.
Yeah, I guess that just added to my question. It seemed like the cap per school unit was raised in the language of the bill. And if that's the case, I'm wondering how the current fund could already have enough language, because a fund would have to have enough capital in it to cover the maximum to say that every school system was going to max out, which we know isn't the case. What I'm concerned about is not being able to pass good language because a large fiscal note ends up on the appropriations table and it just gets pushed to the side. I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but I'd hate to see a big price tag come along and the appropriators say, gee, we just can't do that. And so at the same time, these very good language changes might not see the light of day.
Representative Salisbury.
I don't have more specific to add. I understand your question, Representative Stearns. I did notice that in one of the bits of testimony that we had received where they had indicated that the local fund currently wasn't being spent fully. So I wonder if we can find out like how much was allocated to that fund to show like how much is not being spent.
Would Ms. Corson, would you be able to answer that?
I believe it was 250,000 allocated a year in ongoing funds. And that partially due to the pandemic, quite a few school districts just never participated in the fund. So there were remaining funds from last school year, and then the additional 250,000 added this school year. So the intent is to get those funds spent down.
Thank you. I see, Sam, you had an addition to that?
I just wanted to bring to the committee's attention, Mr. Beasley from DOE is also here and may be able to provide some additional information from the department's perspective.
Sure. I'm going to let Representative Brennan ask his question while Mr. Beasley's joining us, if I could.
Well, I don't want to clog up but I thought it might be helpful if we had Senator Vitelli talk a little bit about, to address Representative Stern's concern about making sure that we could work with the Appropriations Committee and at least preserve those parts of the program, allowing it to go forward despite fiscal concerns that that may be presented to the Appropriations Committee.
Thank you. Well, let's go to Mr. Beasley, and then we'll call on Senator Vitelli, please.
Thank you, Senator. I
Morning,
hope I
sir.
can, thank you. I hope I can clarify some areas. I'm not the financial person for DOE, but I do work with child nutrition and work with all the school directors out there. In my testimony, I did submit, there is 31 districts currently using the local produce fund, and that's spread out all across the state. And of those 31 districts this past year, only 2 capped out, meaning they got to the top of their amount. COVID was definitely an issue this year. There were some other issues I think that played into this. Part was lack of knowledge in some people. We have made some changes, so it's going to become more evident to them, more of a reminder that the produce fund does exist. So with the amount of money that we currently receive annually, my estimate in talking to DOE, I would say it would be flat funded. What we're getting for people submitting now, there is money adequate to cover those costs. There's other people in DOE that can help you more on the financial part. But.
Thank you very much. Senator Vitelli, good morning.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. Let me see if I can start my video. Sometimes I have not a very good internet connection, but it seems to work this morning, so we'll keep our fingers crossed. Thank you for considering this bill. This is an initiative that I'm very excited about. I can add just a little from my understanding of how this works, and then if you still have questions, you may indeed need to go to the financial or fiscal experts at the Department of Education. But my understanding of how this works is that school systems are essentially reimbursed at a rate for food that they purchase from local producers. So it's a subsidy to their overall school budget. And what we're doing with this legislation is increasing that as an added incentive for both more schools to participate because it will be worth more, and also to encourage greater use of purchasing of local foods. Adding in the protein, I think, will expand the range of foods and the range of producers who can be supported by this effort. My understanding again is, and it's was stated by Mr. Beasley, is that there is already an allocation in place for this program, the fund, and the idea is let's make use of that fund. It's been sitting there. We want to make sure that schools use it. You know, we may learn over time that the fund is not sufficient for everybody to participate as much as they like, but at the moment, what we're looking at is a fund that is underutilized, and we want to make sure that it is put to good use, both in terms of feeding our kids and in supporting our local farmers and producers. So that's what I can add to this conversation. If there's a need for greater detail, you'll probably have to go to the people who actually look at the books. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Representative Stearns has one, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Vitelli, So the language says that it would still be a match of $1 per every $3 spent. Is that correct? So if a school unit spent $3 on local food, the Department of Education would reimburse them $1. Is that part correct?
I apologize, I don't have the language in front of me, so I'll trust that that's the case, but there is more that they can draw down on. So the match rate is the same, but they have more capacity.
Right, and I guess, so the match rate stays the same. We haven't achieved the capacity that's available yet. And yet these capacities move from $1,000 cap to $7,500 in the first year and then $10,000. I mean, that's a very, very, very large cap. I'm wondering if it's necessary. I'm just afraid that when someone in the fiscal office gets that language, they're going to say, here's the fiscal note on this thing. And when they do, it's going to prevent us from purchasing those protein items that were mentioned. And also I think in the bill, there's a piece where several small farms could put their produce through to a distributor, and it could be pulled forward that way. I just hate to see the good language in this bill get hung up on the fiscal portion of it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your concern in that regard, but my understanding again is that the allocation already exists. So what's changing is within the school budgets, not within the overall budget of the fund. And we're just giving them more room, in a sense, in their budget to purchase local foods. I don't know if somebody else can speak more specifically, but that's my understanding.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Brennan.
Just one thing to follow up on what Representative Stearns was saying. I think one of the reasons for the increase is also because of the items that you mentioned that will be added on to increase that availability. The school nutrition director from Lewiston, I think it was talking about, with some of the opportunities now, she was sort of pigeonholed into certain categories. She can buy a lot of apples, but by some of these changes that'll increase the amount or opportunities, which would then increase how much districts are able to spend within their current allocation.
Thank you. Representative Brennan, followed by Representative McCray.
Thank you, Senator. And I don't want to speak for Senator Vitelli, and I'm sure she doesn't want me to speak for her. But if in fact some of the concerns that were raised by Representative Stearns do come forward, I'm sure we would work with the Appropriations Committee and make sure that the essence of the bill were able to go forward within whatever financial restraints that there might be. So I would not be concerned about losing, quote, the good language in the intent of the bill because of some future fiscal implications. And, we have those situations all the time where there may be a bill that gets passed and then the fiscal note, and then when it goes through the appropriations process, there are modifications and changes. But I think we would all be committed to this bill and making sure that we can work it through the appropriations process and get it to a good ending. So I just wanted to address those concerns that Representative Stearns raised.
Thank you. Representative McCray, followed by Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Chairman Rafferty. My concern would be if we move this cap up, and I think that's great. I mean, more local foods into schools is a good thing. But my concern would be, I think somebody said that there were 31 schools, maybe it was Mr. Beasley, that there were 31 schools that are making use of this, or 31 districts And that's probably 20% of the districts. And our hope would be that that'll move to 60% of the districts, or maybe all of them. And if that's the case, the people that are already making use of it and are familiar with it and have food service directors that are really go-getters and stuff like this, they're going to jump on the extra funds. And I'm concerned that the newbies to the program, the people that I think I'm going to give this a little try, I'm going to buy a little broccoli, or I'm going to buy local potatoes, or I'm going to buy corn, or what have you, might get into it and find that the fund has been exhausted. I'm curious if each school has a cap as to how much they could use going in.
So Representative, so the cap is per school administrative unit. So each SAU has its own maximum.
That answers my question. A big question and a little answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for Sam. Sam, does local include the major food stores like Hannaford, Shaw's, Market Basket, et cetera, et cetera?
I don't believe that it would. So the foods must be purchased directly from a farmer's cooperative, local food hub, local food processor. So the amendment is local food processor or local service distributor. So I think that would preclude those types of entities.
Okay, good. That's good. Thank you.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of a follow-up to Representative McCrae's question. There currently is a $1,000 cap per school, and the language here moves that to $7,500 in the first year, and then $10,000 the second year. And I have the same concern. If there are a small percentage of school districts taking part in this, to encourage other school districts to take part in it, raising the cap isn't going to change the dynamics at all at the local level. It's still $1 for every $3 spent. So I love the language part of this, but I can't support the bill not knowing the financial ramifications of it.
Any other questions, folks? Would anyone like to make a motion? Oh, yes, Sam.
Just to add an option to the committee's table, we could request a preliminary fiscal note, and the committee could table it and then wait until there's a preliminary fiscal note. So that is an option for the committee.
Thank you, sir. Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Brennan.
I'm going to defer.
Thank you. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to make a motion not to pass, but giving Mr. Senate's comment, I'd be willing to make a motion to table to get that fiscal information, if that would be helpful to Representative Woodson and to Representative Stearns.
Thank you.
If that,
So I guess my question to Representative Stearns would be, if we were to make a motion to table and get that information, would that be helpful in your making a final decision?
Representative Brennan, we could save a little time. I'll second your motion to table.
I'll make a motion to table LD 636.
Second.
Thank you. So the motion's been made and seconded, so we can close the hearing on LD 636 pending the financial report to come. Thanks very much. LD 655. An act to require at least a 30-minute lunch period for students. And Sam.
I think Senator Woodson had a hand up. I didn't want to jump in front of him.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I don't see his. Senator Woodson.
Yes, how are you?
Sorry, sir, I missed you.
No, that's fine. I was going along the same thoughts as Representative Brennan, but I'm not quite sure how he come to the conclusion that I was against the bill. But anyway, I'm fine.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for any confusion. Representative Stearns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we had a motion to table and a second, but I'm not sure we had a vote.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm reading heads nodding, and my apologies, so I'll have to reopen the hearing on LD 636 relative to the purchase of schools. And the hearing is open for the purpose of voting. The motion was made to table by Representative Brennan, seconded by Representative Stearns. All those in favor of the table, please hold your hand up and be recognized. And so I see Representative Stearns, Representative Rafferty, Representative Brennan, Representative Dodge, Representative Salisbury, and Representative McCray, Representative Millette, Representative Lyman. Thank you. All those opposed to table.
Heather, I think there were a few more. I think there was Representative Roach, Representative Lyman, Representative.
I'm freezing up, and I don't know if it's my end only or everyone.
I think it might just be you, Senator.
I think it is. So let's conclude this vote. If I missed, I'm going to ask that my co-chair, Representative Brennan, if you could take the vote. I'm fearful that I am lost. I'm not even.
I will.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you. So there's been a motion to table LD 636, and it's been seconded. All those in favor of the motion? And I see everybody has raised their hand, Sam, and including Representative Stearns. Raise your.
Yes.
So it is unanimous. I see everybody has raised their hand. It is unanimous. And Sam, you have that,
That's
then,
good.
right?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you, Representative Senator.
Okay.
On
And then,
my end, I saw two hands up.
so we will close the
So,
public here, the work
I-
session on LD 636. And I think Senator Rafferty wanted to proceed to LD 655 and open the work session on that.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Senator, are you back? Yeah.
This is LD 655, an act to require at least a 30-minute lunch period for students. So this bill requires that school administrative units provide for students a lunch period of at least 30 minutes unless the governing body of the SAU determines by vote after notice and public hearing that a 30-minute lunch period would be impracticable. So the committee heard testimony in favor of this bill. The committee heard testimony opposed to this bill. And the committee heard testimony neither for nor against this bill. And that is summarized there. So it was asked how long schools in Maine currently provide for lunch. So the department did provide testimony, and I did follow up on that as well. So during a recent weekly child nutrition call, the department's child nutrition team asked participants, what is your shortest lunch period? And responses were compiled district-wide. There are 216 districts participating in the National School Lunch Program, and the response was about half of those districts, 109. And schools stated that their times range from 15 minutes to 50 minutes. 38% had 20-minute lunch periods, 40% had 25-minute lunch periods, and 17% reported 30-minute lunch periods. So you saw most of the responses bunched in that time frame. There was variation between grades within many buildings. So some additional information, there is some applicable federal regulation, and I have pasted that into the analysis for you to review. There is language that requires schools to provide sufficient lunch periods, long enough to give all students adequate time to be served and to eat their lunches. That is, that language is a bit ambiguous. It is not further defined what adequate or sufficient means. That is the whole of it. I did provide some background information. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention does have published recommendations on school lunches, and they recommend that students have at least 20 minutes of seat time. So seat time is that time where a student has their lunch, has their tray, and is actually sitting in their seats to eat their lunch. And that is a term that is used kind of throughout the literature on this topic. I've provided a link to a journal article, which was provided by the Maine Education Association on school lunchtime. That also recommends 20 minutes of seat time. And there's also an article on school lunchtimes within high schools specifically. So there is a question about whether this is a mandate. I think that this would probably be considered a mandate because it requires the opt-out vote. So I think there's some ambiguity because there is the allowance for the opting out, but there's still a requirement that the school district go through that process of opting out, which is in and of itself probably a mandate. So the fiscal impact of this bill has yet to be determined, and I will stop sharing so that you can see each other and talk. And I believe, again, we do have Ms. Corson as well as Mr. Beasley, as well as Mr. Bailey present.
Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Could you continue? I was getting a
Sure.
very low signal here.
All right, thank you, Senator. At this point, just what I see in front of me, I have Representative Salisbury, Senator Woodson, and Representative Millette. So we'll start with Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I love the intention behind the bill that Representative Dodge created for us, and the discussion that we've had around the ideas behind making sure the kids have enough time to eat their lunch, and the idea behind the seat time. I think it's important to make sure that they do have that time. The thing that I worry about at this bill is the final decision maker would be the school board. In another hat that I have is speaking for a school board. What I would hate to see is if a discussion was had in a school district, and it was decided that a 30-minute lunch period was not practical for that particular district, then it would be on the school district to vote and decide not to do it. And, you know, unfortunately, what happens is no matter how robust and engaged the discussion is, the headline on the paper the next day is that the school board decided not to offer 30-minute lunchtime. And I just worry about that because it kind of takes out the whole, it doesn't mean that it's not valuable. It doesn't mean that it's not a good idea. It just, if it's not practical in as far as staffing, as far as schedule, there could be a million reasons. That's all I worry about is that it could, it sort of changes the narrative and it takes it away from the fact that it might be a good idea when putting it onto the school committees. So that's my concern about the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Salisbury. And we then have Senator Woodson and Representative Millette. And just at this point, I guess we're following up with any questions with Mr. Seneff. And then we can go to more general discussion. So Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Yeah, I mean, this is a great idea, and I just feel each school district is different. Many of the smaller school districts, even some of the larger ones, have outlying schools. Their room and space and schedule is pretty well taken up as it is right now, without suggesting they add another 10 or 20 minutes to the school lunch, plus the fact that it appears to be a mandate. So I have a lot of issues and concerns if this bill passes, but I'm certainly willing to listen to what other people have to say here.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in receipt of an email from the sponsor. I was under the impression that she had an amendment that she would like to propose today. Is that not the case?
I think at this point, Representative Millette, we were just following up with questions, and once those were clarified, if Senator Dodge did want to introduce an amendment, we would do that. So at this point, we're just for our staff analysts for Mr. Seneff's presentation. If anybody had any questions to follow up with that, do I?
It felt like we were in discussion mode. So I thought instead of us going down, instead of going down a whole bunch of rabbit holes, we could actually hear from the sponsor about a possible amendment.
Yep. And before we get to that, I just want to make sure that everybody on the committee has an opportunity to answer, ask any questions of our analyst and follow up on the presentation he did on the bill. Are there any questions for Mr. Seneff? Okay, seeing none. Representative Dodge, did you have an amendment that you would like to offer?
Yes. I just want to say, if I may, that I strongly support the concept of a 30-minute lunch. This comes from one who has done cafeteria duty, hall monitoring, and some elementary school lunches. I believe the 20-minute seat time recommendation also speaks very strongly to 5 minutes on either end of an allotted lunch time to allow students to go to the bathroom, to wash up, to go to and from their lockers, and perhaps even as importantly, to have a few minutes to play basketball or socialize with their friends. We have discussed social emotional connections around time for kids to connect a lot already this session. So, though the opt-out language would create local lively discussions, I do understand Representative Salisbury's point about putting educational leaders in a difficult position. Therefore, I would offer the following amendment to LD 655. I would propose that we change this to a resolve directing Maine school administrative units to review their daily schedules, to determine if students have adequate time to eat lunch, and to determine the feasibility of a 30-minute lunch period, with the objective being 30 minutes. Thank you. And I guess I should apologize. I sent that to Hillary and did not send it to Sam. I didn't know who was doing what, so I apologize for that.
Hillary sent it to me. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad you guys are there to save us not doing what we're supposed to be doing. Thanks.
So Representative Dodge, just for clarity, because we're all kind of moving around a little bit, could you read that again for the committee? And then obviously there would need to be a second to that amendment. But if you could read it again, I think that would be helpful.
Of course. To change the bill language to make it a resolve, directing Maine school administrative units to review their daily schedules, to determine if students have adequate time to eat lunch, and to determine the feasibility of a 30-minute lunch period, with the objective being 30 minutes.
Okay. So is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
So it's been moved by Representative Dodge and seconded by Representative Salisbury. So are there questions or further discussion of the proposed amendment? Representative Dodge, you still have your hand up, and so does Representative Stearns. Would you like to comment, Representative Dodge?
I would, if I could.
Go right ahead.
Would it be appropriate for us to just hear a word from Anna Corson, please, from Full Plates, Full Potential?
Yes, we'll call on her in a second. I just want to allow Representative Stearns to ask his question. That.
Thank you.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment that I will not be supporting the resolve as written. These are the routine matters that every school and every school system undertake on an ongoing basis, constantly trying to match the schedule to the best needs of students and the faculty. And this resolve is, in my opinion, unnecessary.
Okay, thank you. So Representative Dodge has asked that Ms. Corson be brought into the queue. Do we have her, Sam?
Yes, Representative. She should be here right now.
I see her right here. Thank you, Ms. Corson, for joining us. Good to see you again. And Representative Dodge, did you have a direct question or did you just want her to comment on your proposed amendment?
I would just like her to comment on the amendment if she could, please. Thank you.
Yep, Ms. Corson.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative Brennan, and thank you, Representative Dodge. I feel that it's important that school districts are having conversations about the length of time that children have to eat. We hear from a lot of folks working in cafeterias that children are eating over the trash can as they're being ferried out of the cafeteria. And so, that's just not a healthy way to be eating food. We know that, access to food and having the adequate nutrition is really important for children to learn during the school day. And so I think, in this moment when we've just been through a pandemic and school days have been completely flipped upside down, this is the time for schools to really think about what happens during the school day. It's a great moment to make big changes to make sure that kids have access to the basic nutrition they need so that they can participate in the rest of the school day. So I feel that this resolve might be a good direction to take with the bill, to have these conversations. Ideally, it would be wonderful if schools across the state could do this. The state should support schools to be able to provide 30 minutes for lunch. But having these conversations is really important And, I hope that we start to look at the school day in its entirety and how we can make sure that there's enough time for everything in the school day so that children get what they need. So thank you, Representative Dodge. Thank you, committee, for having me join the conversation.
Thank you. Representative McCray, did you have a question for Ms. Corson?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Corson. We appreciate your being here. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you very much. This is kind of a discussion that Representative Stearns kicked off in my head anyway. I'm a science guy. I'm a biology teacher, and evolution has always been a thing to be concerned, and it's always a slow process. And I look at the lunch hour over the years, and I've been very much involved in schools for quite some number of years, as have a few people on this committee. And I have seen, and he's Representative Stearns is absolutely right. This is something that comes up all the time, probably 2 or 3 times a year. Okay. And I understand the pressures on the school day and on the on the schedules. That being said, despite the fact that it comes up often, evolution has seen the lunch hour get down to 20 minutes or 10 minutes. Okay. And I'd like to see this go forward, knowing full well we're not going to get a half hour out of every school, not in probably any of our lifetimes. But I'd like to see the push, at least if nothing else, to keep it from shortening and let the world know that there is objection to this downward evolution of lunchtime. So I support the bill for that, if for no other reason than that. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative McCray. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I too, agree with Representative Stearns that that this should already be being done and being looked at. In the thing that I have found in the 2 months we've been together now is there seems to be a lot of examples of where stuff needs to get done that isn't being addressed, certainly in the timely fashion where we're hopeful of. So I think, in the case of this being a resolve, I think we're in a great position to nudge, the department to put a focus on this and have this discussion, because it doesn't appear to me that that's happening and that we're getting the answers we're looking for. So that's my view of this bill.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I remember very distinctly my twins in school and them coming home with half of their food in their lunch boxes still uneaten, because by the time they walked from their classrooms down into the lunchroom and then had to be told to walk back, they never ever had enough time. And I can't even tell you the disaster of high school. They were eating lunch at 10:45 for 15 minutes. This isn't right. This isn't healthy. This doesn't lead to productive students who can focus, students who have energy. I don't fault our administrators and our educators. It's because we have packed so much into the day, but we have to address this. I'm sorry we have to consider a resolve in place of the original bill, but I am grateful for the Representative Dodge for finding a creative way to still have an avenue for our school systems to hopefully get very creative and serious about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you, sir. I appreciate the concerns. I have a great deal of concerns and respect for the school administrators and teachers, etc. We keep adding things to the school day. If we're going to do that, then let's extend the school day. I mean, give them time to do what we're asking them to do. I mean, basically what we're doing is we keep adding to their agenda. We're reducing the time that they have for what we're already asking for. So I feel we need to address the real issue, and that's the length of the school day, not what we're putting into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Woodson. And I assume that you were saying that generically and not making a friendly amendment to the proposal. Representative Millette.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will be the glad to be the House lead co-sponsor of that bill, wrote Senator Woodson.
Okay. Representative Dodge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to convene a subcommittee this afternoon to discuss the lengthening of the school day and lengthening of the school year, to work with my co-committee folks if they would like to do that. Of course, I am saying that a bit in jest, but that was part of what went through my mind as I was writing the amendment, just as Senator Woodson has expressed. And I was very tempted, but I did not yield to temptation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So it has been moved and seconded, an amendment to LD 655. And I'm assuming that the motion is ought to pass as amended, with the amendment that submitted by Representative Dodge and seconded by Representative Salisbury. If there are no other questions, I just have one that I'd like to ask Mr. Senate. And I hope I know the answer to this, but I want to hear you say it. There's nothing in the amendment that would be construed as a mandate or would be interpreted by local school districts that they have to do anything in addition to a review and looking at whether or not 30 minutes would work. So there's nothing implied that it would be a mandate.
It's a good question. I don't think so, but one suggestion I might make to streamline this, this review, would be to direct the requirement at the department to work with school districts to study this, and then have the department report back to the committee. Otherwise, there might not be like a single way to gather that information, if that makes sense.
So if you could just, you're suggesting that in addition to the amendment, or the amendment include a report back from the department from information they have gathered from local school districts on this issue?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And that would ensure that we know that there has been some review?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Dodge, is that acceptable to you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay. Representative Salisbury?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Senator Woodson?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not going to support this bill, but I would be interested in, we just don't have time, I don't think, underneath the current situation we're in, to look at a longer school day at some point. I think that is a huge issue, but I think it'd be very beneficial for the kids and everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Woodson, I think we can keep that in mind, and we could schedule a discussion at some point in the future. And we do have other vehicles that we could address that issue if the committee chooses to going forward.
Okay,
and again,
thank you.
probably not today, but if you would like, I will work with Senator Rafferty to try to schedule some time for the committee to have that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Great. All right, it's been moved and seconded ought to pass as amended with the First Amendment and the Second Amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, if you would raise your hand. And I see Representative Dodge, Representative Salisbury, Senator Rafferty, Representative Crockett, Representative Millette, Representative McCray, and Representative Brennan. All those opposed, if you'd raise your hand. I see Representative Stearns, Representative Roach, Representative Lyman, and Senator Woodson. Is that correct? Sam, you have it? Okay. Thank you very much to the sponsor of the bill and to our staff analyst for the information you gathered. That was helpful. And thank you for everybody that contributed to this bill. So at this point, we're ready to move on to, I'll close the work session on LD 655. I do see Representative Stearns and Representative Salisbury have their hands up. So Representative Stearns, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment that the minority report on that would be ought not to pass.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I neglected to ask, but thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Can you just tell me what the numbers were on that?
Pardon?
The numbers were the vote on that? The vote
I believe it was 7-4.
Correct, Representative.
Okay, 7-4. We were we're missing Senator Daltrey and Representative Sampson. Okay, so we closed the public hearing on LD 655. We have LD 707. We'll open the work session on LD 707. And Mr. Sun, this is your bill as well?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start with your analysis.
Go ahead and share my screen again here. All right, this is LD 707, an act to promote student health by requiring school administrative units to offer extracurricular sports as a requirement of receiving state educational funds. So this bill requires a school administrative unit, in order to receive state education funding, to offer a program of extracurricular sports if there is a sufficient number of students willing to participate. The committee heard testimony in favor and opposed to this bill. There was some information requested. Information was requested regarding the process of adding a new extracurricular sport at a school. And examples of difficulties in adding new sports were requested. I did look and I tried to see if I could find any news articles or any other information on students who had tried to add a new sport to a school but were unable to. And I could not find anything. The results were kind of saturated with COVID-related sports challenges, so I wasn't able to dig down and find any specific instances. However, I did link. I tried to find a good representative sample of specific district policies for adding and sustaining sports programs. So I provided links to a sampling of policies. Not every district that I looked at, probably twice this many, and about half of them did not have a specific policy about adding sports programs, and about half did. So I did link them there for your review. Some of them are quite detailed and some are not. So there is some variation there. It was asked if all Maine high schools offer interscholastic sports. All public high schools and many private high schools are Maine Principals Association members. There is currently a total of 151 member schools. A list of interscholastic sports as defined by the MPA was requested. I have listed them there, broken down into sports and other activities. I wasn't quite sure what column esports went in, so I put them under other, but that may not be accurate. So just a couple notes on some, I think, kind of language in the bill that is a little bit ambiguous, that might need some tightening up or clarification. It's a little it was a little unclear to me what would constitute an extracurricular sport, whether that would include so I think it would clearly include interscholastic sports, but I wasn't sure if it would also include intramural sports. So just definitionally, that might need some clarification. Similarly, it's a little unclear what a program of extracurricular sports would mean. I think it could mean, if read literally, if all interscholastic sports sponsored by the MPA would need to be offered, and whether the omission of a single sport would then trigger that non-funding provision. Also, I think it's not clear what a sufficient number of students willing to participate in a given sport would mean. That is, I think, probably open to interpretation. It does appear that the requirement applies at the SAU level, but again, it's a little unclear if it would be sufficient for one school within the SAU to host a program of sports, or if each school within the SAU would then be required to offer sports. And then similarly, interscholastic sports are high school level, but the bill doesn't reference a specific grade level. In terms of just some legalities, again, it's not clear cut, but I think there's a potential contradiction with the statutory requirement that school funding based on essential programs and services must be available in all schools on an equitable basis. And similarly, that school funding must be adequate to provide, to fully provide for all of the staffing and material resources needs of essential programs and services. I did include the definition in statute of essential programs and services. There is a carve out in the bill for receipt of federal funds under, as referenced in section 603A, but just as a note that some federal funds have matching or maintenance of efforts requirements, which could be inadvertently implicated by the language of this bill if there were funding that was not provided because of this bill. Couple other considerations. The bill states that an SAU may not receive funds under this part except for funds under chapter 603A. Again, 603A references federal funds awarded through the state. So the implicated funds then would be the permanent school fund, including general purpose aid. A note, the sponsor did suggest an amendment to qualify the extracurricular sports be required so long as a suitable coach be found. It was also suggested that this bill could potentially be expanded to require non-sports extracurriculars. The fiscal for this bill has not yet been determined, and I will stop sharing so you can talk.
So at this point, we'll take any questions from the committee that for Mr. Seneff in terms of the presentation that he just gave. If anybody has any questions based on the research that he's done and the issues that he's raised. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Senate, were there any examples of a student being denied the right to participate in the state of Maine in recent history?
I did look. I did look through. Just look through recent news articles. I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find anything specific.
Okay. Other questions from members of the committee? Okay. Sam, is Representative Fockingham here?
Not right now, Representative, but I can reach out to him if you'd like.
Well, no, I just want to give him an opportunity to comment on our analyst's report if he was here and he'd like to, but
yeah, every sponsor and co-sponsor gets invited to every work session. Public
okay, great. Okay, so he had the opportunity. Okay, Senator Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Every bill submitted by the sponsors have good intentions. This particular bill, I can't support, and I just don't think it's practical.
So,
and I will not be supporting it. So I just need to get that out there before we can talk something to death, but.
well, Senator, did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion not to pass.
Is there a second to that motion? Representative McCray, seconded the motion. So we now can have further discussion on the motion. Are there any questions or further discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved by Senator Whitson ought not to pass on LD 707, and it's been seconded by Representative McCray. Seeing no further discussion or questions, all those in favor of the motion? Representative Salisbury, I can't see you at this point. All right, so Sam, what I have is Representative McCray, Representative Roach, Representative Crockett, Representative Woodson, Senator Woodson, Representative Dodge, Representative Millette, Representative Stearns, Senator Rafferty, Representative Lyman, and Representative Brennan. And I need to see or hear Representative Salisbury. So I guess she's not on at this particular point. So she'll have to follow up with you on the vote. So there, Representative Sampson, Senator Doherty, and Representative Salisbury would need to vote at some other point. And it is a unanimous vote. Oh, she's back. So we'll keep the vote open for you. The motion was ought not to pass. And so far it's unanimous. And you continue to make it unanimous. So I believe the vote would be 11-0, ought not to pass. Is that correct? Great. Senator Rafferty, are you any better?
We're stable currently.
Okay.
I think the best thing would be reboot my system here, but we'll do that in a
Okay,
bit.
so we have a unanimous ought not to pass on LD 707. We will close the work session on that bill. And that does conclude our work on scheduled bills for the work session. We have public hearings at 1 o'clock on LD 779, 742, and 993. And just so everybody on the committee knows, we do have a request from the sponsor, Representative White, on LD 993 to refer that to the Labor and Housing Committee. My understanding of the process is that we still conduct the public hearing. The sponsor will present the bill and that we will accept public comment. And then I believe that the committee will go into work session and refer the bill to the Labor Committee. And if Mr. Sen, if I'm incorrect with that process, please let me know at this point.
No, that sounds correct, Representative. I just wanted to note, I do have some language review, which it's up to the committee whether you would like to do that now or later.
So you'd prefer to do that now than after the public hearings?
Whatever works best. Yeah.
Well, I think everybody would probably prefer to do it now rather than after the public hearings.
Okay, I will.
So, okay. So we're done with all our work sessions. We know what public hearing is. And now the committee will just hear language review from our staff analyst.
This should be pretty short because I know I'm between you and lunch. So this is LD 515, an act to create new models of Maine manufacturing, employment, and education. To make it easier on you, I've highlighted the changes. The committee had requested that the specific references to institutions be more general to the system of the University of Maine system and the community college system respectively. So I've made those changes. There's the option of alternate entities in addition to FAME for financing options. And again, financing options replaces the term one or more loan programs to be more expansive. Again, another reference to other appropriate entities. And then this change at the bottom. So this took some thinking about in terms of the goal of this language, I believe, was to make sure there was some oversight on the use of private funds. So initially, there had been some discussion around potentially the legislative executive director's office. That wouldn't work because there's no legislators on this body and it's not a study. So upon some discussions with Representative Brennan, ended up with this language. So it's to require an internal approval of 2/3 of the council to spend private funding. I also added some notwithstanding language here, and that is because there is a current reference to the use of private funds by the council. And so that just makes it clear that this requirement for 2/3 approval applies specifically to this body of work. So just try to avoid any ambiguities there. So those are the changes to this bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee of Mr. Seneff on the changes that were made? I would say they do represent and reflect the conversation that we had of the committee and the issues that were raised. But if anybody else has any questions, now would be the time to raise those. Okay, I don't, Sam, I can't see everybody, but I'm assuming nobody has their hand raised.
Looks okay to me.
Sam Baker.
Yes, Representative. No, nobody has their hand up.
Okay.
And then the only other thing I have is, did the screen flip? Can you see the fiscal note now? Sometimes I'm never sure if it changes or not.
Yes,
So
Sam.
this is a fiscal note for LD 430. This is for the minority amendment for 430. It's so it describes a redistribution of the state subsidy and general purpose aid, and so that is for your information. I won't read it, but I did send it out to the committee for your review. But it is it provides some pretty detailed data on state subsidy, and again, that is for the minority amendment for LD 430. And that is what I've got for you.
Okay, any questions on LD 430? All right. Seeing none. So Sam, thank you. Sam Seneff, thank you very much for the fiscal review. That was short. glad to get it. And again, anybody have any questions about either one of those bills? All right. Seeing none, we're, I guess, adjourned until 1 o'clock, unless there's another issue, comment, thought, or speech that somebody wants to make at this point. Okay. Seeing none, we'll see everybody at 1 o'clock.
Hey, Senator, did the list of testimony signups come through?
It did. There were only a few.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And the order they came through, was that the order we were planning on working, I believe?
I think so, Senator. We had the request for LD 993 to go first.
I knew that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, with so few people signed up,
Right.
should go through pretty quickly.
Yeah, so we got 93, 79, 42. All right.
And we do have all the sponsors available, so.
Okay, Sam, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Was there anything else I had? Oh, I know. Yeah, we're good because I know what we're doing on 93. Thank you.
So, Sam, are we live right now?
Yes, Representative.
All right. So, but you sent me the notice that they're starting at 1:15.
Correct. Yep. They got a little, they were still finishing confirmation hearings earlier.
All right. So I should just go over there at 1:15 as opposed to waiting to hearing from them?
That's the latest that I've heard. So unless I hear something different, I would reach out to you.
Well, as long as I'm ahead of Representative Dodge, I'm okay.
Wow.
Hey, you
At least you
both-
did. Sorry, go ahead, Senator.
That's all right. You both going to the same committee?
So Representative Stearns, did Representative Farnsworth make it up your way?
He's scheduled for a 4 p.m. arrival. So I
So
suspect,
did you provide him with some great discount to come all the way to Guilford to get maple syrup?
now, based on my fiscal comments on most bills, Representative, what do you think?
Well, I figured there had to be some inducement of a financial nature for him to make the trip from Portland to Guilford.
He gets to visit with me.
Oh.
No, I have always given the good representative a nice collegial discount.
Okay. So there is a legislative discount?
I won't go that far with it. He was my seatmate and a beloved seatmate at that.
Oh, okay. Well, Representative Ingwerson, he used to have honey, and he was a beekeeper, and he sold honey, I think at a bit of a discount to committee members as well.
Well, I do honey as well.
And when you probably remember Representative Kevin Ray, Senator Ray.
Sure.
And we always used to get mustard at a discount.
If I could show you the financials on my small operation, you would send me a poverty check. I've managed to burn up an $800 pan. I've blown out a $150 compressor. This is a nasty habit that I'm into.
That seems to be that you need some CTE courses.
I'm going to put in for some kind of COVID agricultural relief plan.
May I ask the brand of compressor, please?
I'm not sure. It was a big box store deal. It served me well for many, many years, and I abused it, so I owe it nothing.
Well, last weekend, my wife and I went to our first maple syrup making farm in Gorham, Murrayfield farm, and it was in Gorham. It was a lot of fun. There were probably 50 people roaming around, and they definitely had a Portland surcharge on the products.
Well, those folks that do it commercially, I have to tip my hat to them. They are amazing. There's a lot of work, and they make it look very easy, but there's an enormous amount of work behind that, like any farming.
Well, I definitely could see that they saw that people from Portland were coming out, and there was a hefty little increase as a result of it. But there's a place out in Newfield called, it's a boilers, maple syrup boilers, whatever, but they also have turkeys, and they sell turkey pot pies, and it's, but all their turkeys are white. And so you go out there and they have hundreds of turkeys, and they're all one color, white. So.
They need to diversify.
Yeah.
Really?
Mike, that reminds me, I was up in Quebec province, and east of Quebec, there's a part on the St. Lawrence River called Cap Tourmente. And it was a place where ships used to hide from the enemy. And it was Cape Torment, it was a nasty little place on the river. So we went there in the fall, actually during potato harvest break, to go for another story, but and the snow geese were coming through. And they were in these beautiful, the greenest fields you ever saw. And there were times, there were so many in these 50-acre fields that you could not see any green.
No kidding.
There were that many snow geese.
Wow.
It really was like a snowfield.
My sister was able to go up in that area with Bob Duchesne, specifically to watch that phenomenon. She said it was just unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, that's like when you go to Ireland, there are more sheep in Ireland than there are people. And sometimes you can go into pastures and there'll just be, thousands of sheep and, one or two persons. So.
Thank goodness they're good natured.
Oh, until they butt you.
You're talking about the people or the geese?
Live right now.
Oh,
All of the above.
No.
So
How we doing? We ready to roll?
I guess we're ready to go. And again, Representative Dodge and I will be leaving so I'm going to leave at 1:15.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. The committee this afternoon is assembled electronically for the purpose of public hearings. This meeting is currently being viewed, can be viewed live streamed on the YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom should be waiting to testify, cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. The meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. In a moment, will introduce the members of the committee, but just a reminder to anyone coming in, as you do enter, please be sure that your name is visible in terms of the square that you are in, and that you give us the name of your residence and any organization or affiliate that you may have, please. And just a reminder also that the chat is for committee members only, and that just a reminder that anything you put in the chat is visible, and just wanted to keep that in mind. At this time, I'm going to ask that my co-chair, Representative Brennan, start the introductions.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Senator Woodson, please.
Dave Woodson, State Senate, District 33.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, part of Portland, part of Falmouth.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good afternoon.
Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman, District 74, Livermore, part of Livermore, Jay and Livermore Falls. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield. I represent House District 148 up in the center of the county.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We just lost you, or I did.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
When I hit unmute, I hit mute. Anyway, good afternoon. I'm Sue Salisbury. I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you, Representative. And, I'm not surprised by anything that happens anymore with this electronic stuff. Representative Stearns, please.
thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And I'm actually not sure that I introduced myself, to be honest with you. Joe Rafferty in Senate District 34 down in York County area. Again, working with us this afternoon. We have our great support staff, committee clerk, Sam Baker, and our analyst, Sam Sanif. And folks, just please be alert. It's an expectation with us that people are going to be coming and going in terms of the committee as there are testimony and committee meetings going on in other areas, and our folks have other responsibilities that they'll be tending to momentarily, and then they'll come back and join us. But So this afternoon's hearings, we're going to go in this order. We're going to hear on LD 993, LD 779, and LD 742. And in that order. That said, I'm going to open the hearing on LD 993, which is an act to prevent the spread of infectious disease in schools. And we do have Representative White is going to be, as the sponsor, will be the first up. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, I guess you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
I even brought extra earbuds in case my other one, defaults. As you said, a lot of challenges with technology. So thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brenning, and esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Representative Bruce White, representing District 109, which is part of Waterville. I am here today to present LD 993, an act to prevent the spread of infectious disease in schools. The bill would require school administrative units to provide a total of 80 hours of paid sick leave per academic year for public school employees affected by COVID-19. I put this bill in to address concerns I was hearing from educators about the paid sick leave. I understand Congress passed a guaranteed paid leave program that provided all public sector employees paid leave. That program expired in December of 2020 and was not extended for public employees. I believe this committee heard similar concerns in January regarding the need to have paid leave available to all school employees, especially since many schools around the state experienced temporary closures to in-person instruction due to COVID outbreaks. I also know that many educators have been forced to quarantine due to school-based exposure with the virus. I hope we can all agree that no school employee should go unpaid because they had to quarantine due to school-based exposure to COVID-19. Since I submitted this bill in December, there have been many twists and turns to this story. Just last week, I learned that the American Rescue Plan, passed by Congress and signed into law by President Biden, extends paid leave to school employees and provides tax credits to districts that allow employees to access this leave. In closing, I would like to ask your committee to consider referring this bill to the Labor and Housing Committee. The Labor and Housing Committee has several bills related to paid leave for employees, and I would hope this bill could be considered as part of whatever other bills that committee is debating. While the purpose of this bill was to focus on school employees, given the new American Rescue Plan and the provisions regarding paid leave, this bill might be used to help fix any paid leave issues that may result in the months ahead. And I believe the Labor Committee may be the better venue for any discussion. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them, but I also expect there will be others after me with testimony who can better explain. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions, please, folks, of Representative White at this time? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much for being here. Good luck moving forward with this. And
thank you.
Yeah, next up will be Mr. Kaczynski, please, of MEA. Good afternoon. Mr. Kaczynski will be speaking for LD 993.
Hello, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, other esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is John Kaczynski, and I'm here on behalf of the MEA to testify in support of LD 993. This is not a new issue to the committee. I know Grace Levitt, the MEA president, has brought up the issue of paid leave before a joint committee of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee and Appropriation and Financial Affairs Committee back in January, and she raised the concerns that we were hearing from school employees, particularly our hourly employees, about the need for paid leave provisions to make sure all employees were continuing to get paid during absences from school due to COVID. I have submitted written testimony, but I'm just going to hit a few points here. I did speak with Representative White, and I understand he was requesting that this bill be referred to the Labor and Housing Committee, and we support that request entirely. I understand there are other paid leave bills before the Labor Committee as well. And while this may delay its potential passage, recent developments encourage us to pause to better understand the leave situation for school employees in our state. Under the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act, passed in March 2020, all public and private employers with more than 500 employees were required to provide up to the 80 hours of paid leave if an employee had COVID symptoms, or they need to quarantine due to exposure. But those provisions that we talked about before expired on December 30th, and they were not renewed. All were required to provide the leave, but at the time, only private sector employers received the tax credits. They did in December of 2020, Congress extended the private sector provisions for paid leave under FFCRA. They did not extend the public sector provisions, but they did extend tax credits for private employers that offered leave for COVID symptoms, or quarantine due to exposure. The private employers that utilized the paid leave, it was not a mandatory program any longer, it was optional for those private sector employers, and those provisions were extended until March 31st of this year, 2021. Again, just to be clear, only private employers were eligible for the tax credits, and the program was optional, did not extend to public sector employees, hence the reason in January that Grace Levitt and others raised these concerns. But as Representative White mentioned, now Congress has passed the American Rescue Plan, and under the American Rescue Plan, the paid leave tax credits were extended to both public and private sector employers. The program remains optional. Participation is decided by the employer, and both public and private employers that opt in are eligible for tax credits in the form of credits on Medicare taxes. And those leave provisions are now in effect until September 30th of this year, 2021. The MEA is working with staff and member leaders to better understand whether these new leave provisions under the American Rescue Plan solve the problem for school employees in our state. We're especially concerned about hourly employees who may have used all their leave or do not have sufficient leave to withstand an entire quarantine period. They're already not well paid for their services in the first place. While teachers can often work remote during quarantine, the same is not always true for our ed techs, bus drivers, and so many other hourly employees in our schools. Many new employees only receive about 15 sick days for a school year, meaning they may be only to cover 1.5 quarantine periods and remain paid unless they have assistance from other paid leave programs. So while we work to better understand the new program, we support the notion of sending this bill to the Labor and Housing Committee. And we thank you for your time, and I will do my best to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kaczynski, so the new federal plan that you mentioned, I get the name wrong, but it gives a Medicare tax credit. So in essence, a school system would have some relief on what they had to pay into the Medicare side of things?
Correct. That's as we understand it, sir. So I believe Medicare taxes are 1.4%. What I was able to clarify last week was it's the program only provides the tax credits to the employees that use the program. So you can't offer it to everybody and get the tax credit for all employees in the district. Instead, it's only if Mr. Stearns uses the program, we get that tax credit back from the federal government. I will be honest with you, sir. You've been around a lot longer than I have, but I haven't seen a tax credit like this to a public employer before. So that's why we'd like to understand it a little bit better and see its implementation here, with the hope that it might solve the problem that we raised back in January.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. And, yep.
Any other questions, folks, of Mr. Kaczynski? Well, thank you very much for your testimony today. Thanks for being here and all you continue to do. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Up next is, we only have one speaker registered to speak against the LD, and that would be Mr. Bailey. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Stephen Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in opposition to LD 993. I will start by saying that in terms of the bill, yes, it would make sense for this to go to the Labor Committee. I would agree with that. I also would say, though, that if it needs to be heard indeed that be the place that it be heard. I will tell you, too, that school districts across the state have been dealing with this particular aspect of trying to provide leave for their employees ever since the pandemic, and many, if not most all, have been able to work out situations where that leave has not been needed to be charged against the employee's personal sick leave. There are situations where indeed, yes, that is happening. And the Rescue Act that is now before us does provide the opportunity for districts to voluntarily connect with that particular program. However, through this testimony that I'll continue to read now, we feel that it's not something that we feel is needed, and we would not support. Matter of fact, we would urge you to vote in opposition to LD 993. School districts have been working since last March to keep students and staff safe through the COVID pandemic and accommodate teachers concerned about working in the building. In-person instruction only became viable when strict distancing requirements were implemented, which for most districts meant going to a hybrid model of some in-person and remote learning. A few districts had the space to spread out, but not many. There is no substitute for in-person learning in a classroom with a trained and caring teacher. With widespread vaccination now becoming viable, we look forward to opening schools up for as many days as possible. It really is what parents want and what students need, and it's the obligation of the public education system in Maine. LD 993 doesn't support that goal. It would give 2 work weeks of paid leave to school employees who have been advised to self-quarantine for reasons related to COVID or are experiencing COVID symptoms and are seeking a medical diagnosis. 2 weeks also would be granted to employees who have a child whose school or daycare had closed due to COVID-19 precautions, or one who is experiencing other circumstances as determined by an emergency rule that is not yet written. This is an unfunded mandate on schools and takes us backward from opening schools up more broadly where and when it is feasible. It is not the best interest of to the children that we serve. We all agree that state CDC guidelines have to be followed and that the mandatory return to school rules from the Department of Education. Those guidelines include distancing, face masks, hand hygiene, and quarantine when warranted. This bill, however, goes beyond those guidelines. It mandates action from Augusta, circumvents local control, and disenfranchises local school boards and voters. We would urge you to vote to oppose and not pass LD 993. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Representative McCray, followed by Representative Dodge, and then Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey.
Good afternoon, Representative McCray.
As always, it's good to see you.
And same here.
I'm caught here. I understand both sides of this issue. I do understand it. Doesn't mean I agree with both sides. It's be hard to because they're in opposition. So let me let me understand and then make a question out of it. So we will say that there is a teacher's aide who is exposed at school in the realm of his or her employment and is required to quarantine. My first question, and it's probably easier to ask a series of little tiny questions to lead to the big one. So would they be covered? How would they be covered without losing money? Would they be able to use their sick leave? Would they get leave granted to them because of it being a COVID related thing and not attack their accumulation of sick leave? How would that work?
More often than not, what we have heard, and I know there are some exceptions to this, Representative McCray, but what we have heard more often than not is that if it were a school contracted exposure, then that would not be charged against their personal sick leave. If it were somewhere outside, if it were determined that it were not a school-connected exposure, then that would be, yes, connected to their personal leave. But if it were school-related, from what we've heard or experienced for the most part, that's what we were hearing, that it wouldn't be charged to their personal sick leave.
Okay, so an opinion of mine, that's perfectly reasonable and just. So that poor unlucky aide, 2 weeks back in the classroom after their time, gets hit again. Does it change?
If the circumstances were the same, I would say no. And I mean, in terms of those unfortunate individuals who may have that same situation, yes, we know that some people have had to quarantine on more than one occasion. And from a majority of the districts that we have spoken with, that has been taken care of either through administrative leave or some other leave that had not been charged individually to the person.
And they would receive their pay.
That's correct.
Okay, so there would come some point. Let's suppose that this person 3 times, and I've heard of people that have been hit 3 times with this, and eventually it gets to a point where it is financial disaster to that employee. And it seems to me that that's very unfortunate, and I agree that there's money that has to come from somewhere.
Right.
Okay. But it seems unfair to me that in the course of someone's employment, they get infected, and yet, I mean, it's their employment, sort of their employer's fault because it's their school. Okay. That it seems unfair to me that poor, unfortunate, and unlucky aide is going to face financial disaster, whereas the school district, at worst, would have to pay for an aide to be a substitute for an extra couple of weeks. Is that the way? Am I reading all this right?
Well, from the circumstances that we spoke about, so far the individual wouldn't have had to use any of their personal sick leave. So the district was going to be giving them pay, and the individual wasn't going to be charged any of their sick leave. So far, there's been no financial impact on the employee.
Except they may have been forced to use their sick leave for something that they contracted in the course of their employment.
Well, I thought we were talking in those 2 situations because they had contracted it, that the district was going to be responsible for that and not the individual.
Well, but is there a point at which the district say, we're done, you got to use your sick leave?
I would agree that each situation probably would have to be looked at individually, and I can't answer for all districts for sure.
I know. I just think it's unfortunate, and maybe this bill has its value in the fact that there are some districts that are going to take a hard line because of whatever, and some poor family loses employment or the income from employment for some time.
Right.
Okay, that's I appreciate your patience, and Mr. Chair, I appreciate the multiple opportunities to question. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions.
That was only because I'm not quick enough to the mute button, Representative. Representative,
I won't respond.
I kind of got lost here, but I think it's Representative Salisbury followed by Representative Dodge. And my apologies if it's different.
I don't remember either. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question. I think something that you pointed out, a couple of things, Mr. Bailey, wouldn't you agree that for some districts that right now their policy is to not charge, like to pay for staff or teachers that have to be quarantined and be out of work? Some school districts are able to do that and they're able to pay for that. And so by putting in something like this, it could bring up the point, well, we only are required to pay for 80 hours of time. I would be concerned that that would kind of hamstring them in a little bit. And then also, I think, wouldn't you agree that
Yes, I
another
would.
great point that you pointed out is this is an unfunded mandate. So basically you're saying that school districts would have to, big and small, would have to fund for something, this eventuality, or, you know, depending
Yes.
on the situation. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you for agreeing.
Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Representative Dodge. Good to be here.
My question is around what the process is about charging the sick leave to perhaps a sick leave bank rather than a person's individual sick leave days. Does that in fact happen? And doesn't that have an overall impact on the sick leave opportunities of our staff? Thank you.
Good question. Thank you very much for that one. The possibility of use of sick bank, I even would say would be after the fact of the situations that I talked about with Representative McCray, because in our own minds and in terms of the many situations that we've heard about, many of the districts, most all the districts that we heard from, that has been taken care of from the district itself, and has not been one that has been charged to the individual sick leave. The sick leave bank itself, there are a couple of different things to talk about here. One of them is that that's also controlled by the association. And there's a combination of communications that have to happen between central office and the association as to the use of that sick bank, and whether or not there's agreement as to how those days are actually going to be used. I would be in agreement with you that if that sick bank were tapped, that then, unless it's replenished, and then that's an expense, from individual sick leave time as well. If it were to be replenished and used, then that's how I say that's a cost. It could diminish, the eventual availability of days to be used for some other reason. So that's why I think, many and most districts are trying to take care of this in some other way and not have it be a personal expense. Senator Rafferty, if there's one more thing that I could add with regard to the tax credit, and this is something that we have explored as well. That particular tax credit, and again, as Mr. Kaczynski has identified, it would only be for those people who actually, were to be credited with that leave use. It's such a small percentage. And it also would require, a great degree of paperwork and record keeping on behalf of central office that it's almost incomprehensible in terms of how little it would actually save a district, because there's no other tax credit, being a nonprofit, in terms of how that tax credit even could be applied. So it seemed, as we explored that, it seemed to be, very little applicability to our public school systems.
Well, thank you for that clarification. That helps. Any other questions, folks, of Mr. Bailey at this time? Sir, again, always good to see you. Thank you very much for being here today. Have a great afternoon.
You as well. Thank you.
I believe, Sam, that's exhausted our testimony.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions or comments before I close the hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to call the hearing on LD 993 to a close. Oh, I can't do that. Going backwards, we had a request that this be moved. And would anyone like to make a motion to that matter for me? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we recommend LD 993 be referred to the Committee on Labor and Housing, please.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
So move.
Thank you, Senator Woodson. Any other discussion? Hey, all those in favor, sorry, yes, sir, Sam. I knew there'd be a technicality. Okay, huh?
I think technically, Senator should close the public hearing, move to work session, and re-refer it in work session.
Thank you. That's why the experts are with us. So I will close the hearing on LD 993. I will reopen that hearing and ask that those folks that made the motions, if they would be kind enough to repeat those, please, as we open the work session on LD 993. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we recommend LD 993 be referred to the Committee on Labor and Housing, please.
Second.
Thank you, and thanks for that second, Senator. Any other discussion? I'm going to ask that I'm going to move the question. We'll vote. So if you vote yes, you are in favor of sending LD 993 to Labor and Housing. Anyone that opposes would, we would keep the LD here. All those in favor of sending LD 993 to Labor and Housing at this time, raise your hand, please, and hold them up. I see Representative Dodge, Senator Rafferty, Senator Lyman, Senator Salisbury, Senator Stern. I'm getting there. Representative Stearns, Representative Crockett, Representative McRae, Senator Woodson, and Representative Roach. So it's unanimous of all those present. Thank you. I will bring the, you good with that, Sam?
Yes, Senator, thank you.
I'm going to bring the hearing to LD 993 to a close.
Thank you all. Appreciate you dealing with this today. See ya.
You're welcome. Good luck. Next up, I'm going to open the public hearing on LD 779. LD 779 is an act to extend the time allowed for selling, distributing, and displaying the State of Maine Bicentennial Commemorative License Plate and allow the Maine Bicentennial Commission to continue to serve in 2021. Excuse me. The sponsor of that bill is Representative Bryant, and I believe the representative is here this afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Representative Mark Bryant of District 24, which includes part of Wyndham. And I'm here today to present LD 779, an act to extend the time allowed for selling, distributing, and displaying the State of Maine's Bicentennial Commemorative License Plate and to allow the Maine Bicentennial Commission to continue to serve in 2021. I thank you for the invitation to present today LD 779 before the committee. The Joint Standing Committee on Transportation has amended Senator Claxton's LD 312 to complete what 779 was meant to accomplish. I respectfully request not to pass on LD 779 and thank you for your indulgence.
Any questions, folks, at this time, please, of Representative Bryant? Yes, sir. Senator Woodson, followed by Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Representative Bryant. Did I hear you say ought not to pass?
I did only because I wanted to kill this bill because we have taken care of it in transportation to try to expedite it because the bicentennial cost is a year already gone past. So we attempted to get it in so it would be there for the last time we were in session, but it didn't happen. That's why we tried to expedite it. It didn't happen, but it is still in the works. And because it's all, both bills are combined as one, which is really the same as my bill, it's already in the works. It's no need for you to take up your time if you don't choose to, because the bill has been moved out of committee.
Yeah, well, I totally agree. I totally agree with you. And I was wondering why it wasn't in transportation anyway. So thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator Woodson.
Representative McCray, please.
Yes, I have a comment and a question. Number one, anytime that you have a bill that is this easy to dispose of, you are most welcome to come back. And did you know? And did you know how happy we are to see you?
Thank you, Representative McCray.
Representative Crockett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Representative Bryant. Curiosity, do we have a significant amount of inventory of license plates still in-house here in the state of Maine?
There's not a huge inventory, and we don't intend to buy any more to complete it, because that we're not sure. But it's possible that the person submitting the bill behind me knows that the liaison to the Secretary of State, who was very instrumental in setting up the bicentennial, that should have a lot of credit, because a lot of hours are put in on probably pretty much her time. But short answer is it's not a lot, but there are some.
Thank you.
I could find out exactly if that's important to you, though.
No, it was more of a curiosity because, as you said, the year has passed, but
we're trying to make it all work for this
You want to
year.
get it out there.
Type it up, and that's why we tried expeditiously to get it moving in transportation. But we are where we are, and we thank you for allowing me to come before you and express it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time for Representative Bryant, please? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir. Good luck with
Thank you,
this
Senator.
moving forward. Yes, and I do have one other speaker before that, Representative McCray.
Yes, are you ready for a motion, Mr. Chair?
Well, we have one more person to in the hearing that I'm aware of, unless they stepped out. But it's and following her, we'll proceed from there. Kristen Mazinski is going to speak for LD 779. Good afternoon, Kristen.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Rafferty. I just wanted to thank Representative Bryant for all his work on this, and to answer your question, we have 500 bicentennial plates still in stock. There are 5,166 approximately that have been sold that are either on vehicles now or wall hangers. So that's where we are right now with the BMV. So my name's Kristen. I'm the Director of Communications for the Department of the Secretary of State, and I've been serving as staff support to the Maine Bicentennial Commission since its formation, really, or just before. So I wanted to represent the department today just to speak on behalf of Secretary of State Shannon Bellows. She wanted to take this opportunity to speak in favor of extending the terms of the commission members as well as the validity of the plate. So we just wanted to take that opportunity to do this. She is a Bicentennial Commission member, as is Representative Bryant. So we support the request of Representative Bryant that the bill ought not to pass, in favor of pursuing the same legislation via Senator Ned Claxton's bill LD 312, because as amended, 312 will accomplish the same objectives as 779. And those objectives are really important to our state's ability to properly recognize the 201 now years of statehood for the state of Maine. So we applaud his willingness to expedite the process via just going with the amendment to 312. Just to give you a little background, I know you're like to get this through, but back in 2018, the commission began its work all the way back then. We hosted a kickoff ceremony in July of 2019 to engage the public with the 200th anniversary. And by March of 2020, we had awarded 2 of 3 rounds of community grants to organizations in all 16 counties to support local events for the bicentennial. And we were prepared to also present a series of events from the commission itself throughout 2020. And as you recall, the pandemic precautions began just days before Statehood Day. We were prepared to have a Statehood Day ceremony on March 15, and we had to put all of our plans on hold, as did the rest of the world. But today, all the pieces do remain in place to realize our mission for the commission to coordinate programs and projects that commemorate the 200th anniversary. And we support this legislative effort that will allow the commission to complete that work with just a simple extension of the terms. So it's been a lot of time and energy gone into this, a lot of private sponsorship. And again, those pieces are all in place to make it happen. So extension of the commission is not going to have a fiscal impact on the state, and it's more of a housekeeping to let us continue that work and see this through to really have something down in history where we're recognizing the bicentennial appropriately. So the commemorative license plate goes hand in hand with recognizing the bicentennial. We'd like for folks to be able to keep it on their vehicles throughout this extended commemoration period. And we recently submitted testimony as well to LD 312 regarding the plate, so that is on file. And we're just suggesting that we can just tell folks that they can keep them on there past the printed expiration date rather than try to have some kind of sticker or recall or get complicated on that front. So yeah, we appreciate Representative Bryant and Senator Claxton's efforts to effectuate the continuation of the commission and our work by coordinating on these bills. I just want to thank him for that, and thank you all for your time.
Senator Woodson has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, do you have a sample plate there, and what is the cost for this? Speaking to the Secretary of State staffer.
The cost is $25. You can get them through our office right here at the Nash School building if you'd like to come get one in person, or you can order them online on the BMV website.
Do you have a plate there to show us?
Yes, yep.
Oh, very nice. Thank you so much. I haven't seen them.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Mazinski, please? Again, thank you very much for your testimony and most importantly for all the work you continue to do. Have a great afternoon. Any other questions? Seeing none, I am going to call the hearing on LD 779 to a close. And at this time, I am going to ask that we,
Senator, I think Senator Woodson might have a question.
Senator Woodson.
No, I put my hand down. I asked my question, but I do think we need to make a motion to, once we open up here, to transfer it to, or just to kill it.
We're going to go into a work session now.
Yeah.
So my motion is that we're going to open a work session on LD 779. That's open. Representative McCray.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that LD 779 ought not to pass.
I would second that, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you both. Any other questions? Hold on. We're good? Okay, seeing none, then I'd like to move the vote, please. Keep in mind, so if you are in favor, With a yes vote, you will be asking for an ought not to pass at the request of the representative and sponsor. If you vote no, then we're going to pursue the matter as is. All those in favor of the motion by Representative McCray to vote ought not to pass at this time, raise your hand and hold them up. I'm going to do mine from left to right. Representative Dodge, Senator Rafferty, Senator Woodson, Representative Stearns, Representative Lyman, Representative Salisbury, Representative Crockett, Representative McCray, Representative Roach. So it is unanimous with those present. So I have 9-0 there, Sam.
I think 8-0,
8-0.
Senator. I think I have 4 people absent.
5, 6, 7, 8. Did you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Senator Daughtry,
I
Representative
got
Brent.
9. I have Representative Roach down. I'll go through them for you. Sorry, Sam. The only ones I'm not seeing right now are Daughtry, Brennan, Millette, and Sampson.
Correct, that is 9. Yep.
Okay.
This is why I was a history major.
Well, I handle it because it was under 10, Sam. We're good. All right, so we closed that work session on LD 779. Representative Bryan, thank you very much, sir, and good luck.
Thank you. Like the other 15 years in the legislature, this is the first bill I came before to ask to kill. So thank you for indulging me.
Have a good afternoon.
You too.
All right, our next, excuse me. So at this time, we have one more public hearing, and that will be relative to LD 742, which is a resolve to track youth mental health during the COVID-19 public health emergency by ensuring that Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey is conducted during the 2021 school year. That is open. Excuse me. Good afternoon. We have Representative Fecto is the sponsor, and he'll be first up to speak. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, who unfortunately isn't here, and my colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Justin Fecto, and I proudly represent House District 86, which consists of the western and northern portions of Augusta. Maine's youth mental health is one of the things that keeps me up at night. As a father of an 8-year-old, public school teacher that taught during COVID-19, I have had a good view of how youth mental health has degraded since last March. On November 17th of last year, I found out that the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services would not be administering the Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey for the 2020-2021 school year. On the same day, I reached out to Commissioner Macon, Ms. Jean Zimmerman, and Mr. Daniel Chuda about this. I also mentioned that the school I taught at was choosing to use the Youth Truth Survey. Ms. Zimmerman returned my email where she stated the following. The MIAS steering committee had numerous discussions about postponing the 2021 MIAS from February to September. Survey protocol stipulates that MIAS may not be taken remotely just while students are in school. Unfortunately, there are currently a significant percentage of students who would not be included in the data. Switching to the fall should result in a higher percentage of students back at school and able to participate. The importance of the data cannot be emphasized enough. Ms. Zimmerman continued with, I have never heard of the other survey you mentioned before, but the map indicates that it's been used in Maine by someone. Although the organization is a nonprofit, from reading between the lines, it doesn't seem like their survey products are free and you can't access the questions, just the content areas. She provided the link, and the MIAS committee would not recommend it. So I had no interest in getting in an email argument back and forth. So I submitted the bill the very next day and reached out to Governor Mills on December 6th. In my letter to the governor, I wrote, from sheltering at home and emergency remote learning this spring, to the canceling and curtailment of camps, festivals, and other outdoor activities this summer, to hybrid learning, leaving many youth at home for more than 50% of their instructional time this fall, our impressionable Maine students have had to endure so much stress. Additionally, many sports seasons and extracurricular activities have been canceled altogether. Many Maine families have suffered crushing blows to their financial and living situations, leaving many of our youth at risk with increased mental strain, domestic violence, financial and food insecurity, depression, and even suicidal ideation. Just the other day, a probable case of suicide has been reported at one of our high schools. While many groups and organizations are doing their very best to make themselves available to the students and make them aware of self-care, mental health, and crisis services, it is impossible to tell how severe and widespread the situation is and which populations of the students may be suffering the most. That's why I'm asking you to direct the DOE and DHHS to implement the MIAS as soon as possible, as soon as humanly possible. I'm requesting that we conduct the MIAS during both the current school year and the following school year. I believe it is a great use of CARES funds to make this available to our in-person and remote students and to fund the accelerated compilation and analysis of the data. Since we have great data from the previous years, the 2019 data serves as a perfect set of control data with which we could compare. From my vantage point, it does not seem that the legislature will be called back in before the end of the calendar year. So this is why I'm asking you. While I understand the challenges around implementing this remotely, I ask that you direct the steering committee to implement the survey for both in-person and remote students as soon as humanly possible. We must understand the status of youth mental health after more thought. Waiting an additional 7 months until the survey will even commence is a wasted opportunity. If it truly is impossible to conduct this survey for our youngest student populations, then we should move forward for the school grades where it is possible. Since this is already a currently funded program with its own steering committee, I believe we do not need another bill in order to act more swiftly. I believe in the ingenuity of the DOE to execute MIAS as soon as possible and to as many students as possible. I stand ready to work with you, the departments, and the steering committee to begin planning its implementation before the holiday season. I have never received a response from the governor or her staff regarding that letter. My question to this committee is, if the importance of the data cannot be emphasized enough, why are we not collecting it during the 1.5 school years where COVID-19 has impacted our schools and communities the most? If the importance of the data cannot be emphasized enough, why did we send $180 million to local schools for them to purchase items such as iPads for teachers who already had Mac Airs, big screen TVs that were taken out of the box, assembled, and then placed into storage, or tractors? If the importance of the data cannot be emphasized enough, why did the DOE not focus on mental health data collection, but put their focus into online high school level classes such as social justice movements? How did my community come to be? And how does a credit score affect your life? These initiatives, all by themselves, are perhaps within the boundaries of the DOE mission. However, when they are placed above understanding our youth mental health, they are completely out of bounds. Student suicide has already happened. Buying gadgets over truly understanding if students are contemplating killing themselves or not is criminally student last. In my opinion, it's beyond negligent. I raised the alarm to the DOE and DHHS 136 days ago. If it can't be the MIAS for one reason or another, then move past it. But weaponizing bureaucracy on the backs of student health and safety is something I simply can't understand. I received this email yesterday from Miss Molly Bogart, Director of Government Relations for DHHS. She says, "We are opposed to the bill due to the logistical and data integrity concerns. In short, logistically, it would be impossible to complete the survey by the end of the school year, given its parameters and requirements of the survey. It must be in person. Additionally, because it would be difficult, if not impossible, to administer on this timeline, we do not believe it would provide us with complete and accurate data." She continues with, "We are planning to administer the survey at the beginning of the 21-22 school year, when we can get reliable, comprehensive data and accurately assess the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on students' learning and mental health." Standing behind the bureaucracy of MIAS or saying you wouldn't recommend another survey to get good statewide understanding of where our students are suffering the most makes my blood boil. If it can't be MIAS, then fine, forge another path. We've asked businesses to forge new paths. We've asked legislators to find new ways. We've asked students to completely turn their lives upside down, but asking our departments to figure it out is too much for them. I'm appalled and ashamed of this reality. We must find a way to understand how this pandemic has affected our students and their mental health. My question to DHHS, the DOE, or this committee are how many students need to commit suicide? How many students need to suffer 12 to 18 months of shelter-in-place loneliness? And how many need to suffer irreparable psychological damage in order for us to logistically figure something out? While I certainly understand there are logistical challenges with such a survey, I believe not offering a survey to understand youth mental health is a great disservice. From the 2019 MIAS, we know that around 16% of high school students had seriously considered suicide. The same survey found that 12 to 13% of high school students made a plan for how they would attempt suicide. The scariest part, about 9% of high schoolers stated they had attempted suicide at least one time. This is one disturbing metric from 2019 for our 14 to 18-year-old students. Any reasonably inquisitive mind would surmise this metric has not improved since March of 2020. While the MIAS is probably our best bet for a survey, given the historical data we have, I'm not so hung up on the specific survey to the point where I desire to get into, we can't do this survey for reasons A, B, and C type of arguments. The fact of the matter is, we likely have a youth mental health crisis on our hands. I believe it has been treated far too lightly. This committee collects data on a number of things. We must collect data and understand how this last year plus has affected our students. Don't fall for the "we've trained our teachers on social and emotional learning" curricula trick. PowerPoints and web videos are not suicide mitigation tools. Please join me in supporting any motion that would help us better understand statewide youth mental health. Whether it is MIAS or not, we mustn't wait another moment. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Sorry about that. We're saying thank you, Representative. It's clear that and evident that your concern and compassion for our students is evident here, as well as a few frustrations that exist. It has been a struggle. So we do have some questions from our committee members that I'm sure you can answer. Representative, excuse me, Salisbury, followed by Representative Crockett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Fecto. I appreciate your passion and your concern around this issue. It's definitely something that we'll be dealing with both in our roles here and in local school departments for a long time, I'm sure. I just have a question about if we say that the MIAS report was given to students today or within the next week, do we know how long it takes usually for data to be reported back?
Thank you, Representative. I'm sure there are people much more qualified than me to answer that question. However, I think the normal compilation of it is several months. It's like a 750-page report. However, I think we could gather initial data rather quickly. Especially that's when I felt we could fund, we could do extra funding to speed up the compilation data. And that's why I suggested we use CARES funds to do that last December.
Oh, okay. All right. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will actually, first and foremost, I want to thank Representative Fecto for bringing this to our attention. And your passion is beautiful, and it needed to be heard. Similar question to Representative Salisbury. How long does it take this survey to be administered?
Thank you, Representative. It is a longer survey. It's not a 5 to 15 minute thing. If I remember correctly, it does take a little while for these surveys to happen, for them to occur, especially when you're talking about our elementary students. They go into a little bit of the details when you look into MIAS, because most little kids can't advocate for themselves. So there's different, there's like sort of checkups or something like that. But when you're talking about middle school students and high school students, this is a sit down and fill out type of thing, more or less, not to trivialize anything, but it's much less complicated than with our younger students.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a follow-up?
Please, yes.
Yeah. Do you think it's feasible, considering the different hybrid methods we can continue to exist, and that this could be administered before the school year 2021 ends? It just feels like it could be a somewhat of a fruitless effort to make it happen while we're still in such a chaotic in-person timing. But I would love to see it done immediately.
Priorities are what they are. We prioritize what we want to prioritize. In the military, for example, if a service member in a unit kills themselves, or there is a death or drunken driving, there are common things. They're called stand-down days. The VA does stand-down days. And I think when that child killed himself, and it appeared for the reasons, many of the reasons that I stated of pure isolation, I really think there should have been a statewide shutdown. There should have been a statewide stand down. That is a key marker that things are out of control, and there should be a statewide stand down. We always have time for the things that we prioritize. There's always time to prioritize youth mental health services. Smart boards and gadgets and plexiglass don't matter if the kid is not alive to be there.
Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Fecto, my seatmate from the 129th. Nice to see you. I have a couple of questions. Can you please help me remember, is this the survey I gave to my homeroom students that also included questions not only about mental health, but about vaping, smoking, drug and alcohol use, please?
Great to see you as well, Representative. I deeply miss the Education Committee. While I was not a student in your classroom, and I don't know exactly which one you gave out, my guess is that it may have been. This is a very broad survey, and you may remember in the 129th when I shouted down another member who attempted to say things about LGBT students. So it asks a lot of LGBT questions about how they feel safe in their classroom and stuff like that. And so I really think it's a great survey. It's a cumbersome survey, but it's a great survey to understand how things are happening on a district level or school level. If any member wanted to look up, there's a great interactive portal where you can see things done by district and county. Lot of amazing data, but the long answer is short answer. Yes, I believe it was.
And a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Please, thank you.
And do I recall correctly, perhaps, that this was a survey to which we were not allowed to answer anything other than the broadest of questions from students? I had some surveys we administered and we were specifically told you can restate the question, but you cannot have any input. I'm trying to, again, recall if this was the survey, please.
I remember being asked a similar question like that, and you were allowed to, yes, if you want me to read the question for you, I'll read it again with an inflection at the end. But it's about really doing your best to not pervert any of the responses. And like I said, if MIAS can't happen for whatever reason, we should really find a way to highlight statewide on the really critical issues. And I believe those surveys are out there. If for whatever reason, I'm not hung up on MIAS, but yes, I believe that's the survey.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Representative McCray, followed by Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Representative Fecto, your other seatmate on the other side last term. I'm not really addressing this particular survey. I think it should be done. If there's not time to get it done now, I would suggest that reasonably thinking people, such as myself and yourself, have already drawn the conclusion that this survey will verify anyway. Kids are far more stressed than they were a year ago. Why wouldn't they be? We all are, okay? So I guess my approach is, yeah, do the survey as soon as we can. It's going to provide information. But I think to sit and wait for the results of that survey, if it was done yesterday, is a very big disservice to this youth community. So I'm almost as emotional as you got there about that statement, okay? And I'm not saying over emotional. I get excited about, come on guys, this is happening. You don't need the survey to take a look at. Half the kids you talk to will tell you. I mean, it's just absolute there. So where do we go from here? Would we all support better and more counseling services for kids? And I don't mean guidance counseling. I mean clinical counseling where needed. Okay. Now we're getting into, oh man, we've got to gear up to do this. You're darn right. I think we need to gear up to do this. So while I support your bill in its intent, I fear that we already know the answers, and to wait for the results. Do you agree?
Well, I think it's akin to if someone's having a medical emergency, first you provide first aid. And I think that's part of what the social and emotional learning has been about, making teachers self-aware of a trauma-informed classroom. These are things that we've discussed before COVID-19. That's akin to applying first aid. But when you go to a hospital because you're having some sort of medical emergency, what do? They run you through some tests. They test your blood, they're testing your ticker. And that's akin to what the survey is. We need to know what is actually wrong and where things have gone wrong. I'll wait for those results while we continue to treat our students and treat those wounds. And then once we have those blood test results back, then we can go in and further diagnose what the problem is. So this isn't a silver bullet, but you don't go in with chest pains and they start just amputating things. You run the tests. And I think that's where this fits in, if I could use that analogy.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Roach, please.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, and thank you, Representative Fecto, for being here today. And I love when people speak passionately, even whether I agree or disagree. I love to hear people, and I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying whether that is, I love to hear the passion in people about these things. I guess my question is, could you, in a quicker matter than the initial, again, surmise for me why we can't do this right now? The idea behind it, is it too late in the year? I guess can you just do that one more time? And I apologize, but in all the conversation, I've lost it a little bit, and then I'll have a follow-up if that's all right.
Thank you, Representative. From what I've been told, this cannot be conducted remotely. Apparently, some of the rules with MIAS and with survey protocols and survey integrity on how they calculate this, it's a very scientific matter, that this cannot be conducted remotely, apparently. And I'm okay with that. If that's the way it is, I don't want to destroy the integrity of 2019 results if we're going to do something horrible and outside and really mess with the controls. So that's why I suggest, if it can't happen remotely, that there are surveys that we can do remotely on a statewide basis to really assess the most dangerous questions, which are students with suicidal or self-harm ideation.
Thank you. So I guess take the survey that the actual name of the survey or whatever out of this right now. And we were able to, on March 9th, we learned that we're going to do the MWEAs, and we're able to put that, we're done. I mean, we just did them this week at my school. So we were able to do that quickly. I got to have a feeling that there is something that much more, now people with a lot more knowledge than I have, that couldn't figure out a way to do some kind of survey or some kind of analysis without by either being remote or in school. And as we, maybe after April break and all this stuff, we might see more in-school learning anyway coming up. I would think, wouldn't you agree that we maybe could find something that we could do, even if it's not the survey that you necessarily have promoted here? There's got to be a survey that we can do just as quickly as we did the NWAs.
Couldn't agree with you more, Representative. I think with the Main School Safety Center that was established in the 129th, that I'm sure that this committee has heard about, and I'm sure the committee has heard about or will continue to hear about, the social and emotional curriculum that we've gone through. To think that they wouldn't be able to figure out or find some way in order to institute questions to a mass student body that we'd be able to see by school, by county, by area, on the areas which students may be at most harm. I mean, I trust people enough in order to execute such a thing. If we can do NWEAs, I think student health is more important than seeing math and science scores.
Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you, Representative. Thank you for allowing me to ask another question. Would it be in the Department of Education, would it be Mr. Shea who would be able to advise on what options we have at this point? Or can you tell me who it would be in DOE, if not Mr. Shea, please? Thank you.
Geesh, I really think he would be an amazing first point contact. I'm sure this is under his big tent somewhere. I know they've done a ton of work, and as they were gearing up, you and I both saw the ton of work that they were doing. If he doesn't know, he probably works with the person that knows, because I know the MIAS specifically is a DHHS and DOE collaboration, but I guarantee he would be an amazing first point contact.
Thank you. Representative Crockett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It sounds to me like the MIAS, if I'm saying that correctly, unfortunately, because it can't be done remotely, is not an option here in the short term. Would it be appropriate to make this an ask of DHS to come up with an alternative survey that could be implemented immediately? doesn't sound like they've offered or aware of a, acceptable option. Maybe they could come up with that quickly.
When we were reopening schools, the Department of Education came up with a very broad survey, well, not very broad, also very specific, broad and specific at the same time, survey about the reopening of schools. And I believe 15,000 plus people answered the survey. I'm sure they wouldn't have to do any work. They could just contract out for another company to do this. I'm sure other states have looked into youth mental health. I don't know if this youth truth survey that the school that I taught at is worth its weight. But I just think we can find out how students are doing this year.
Yes, Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another thing I was just thinking about is once the data was collected in whatever form that it was collected, we should talk about, or wouldn't you agree, we should talk about what we would do with that data if we realize that students in 8th grade were having the hardest time, or whatever the data revealed. We would also have to have a plan to deal with that with as much priority, because we wouldn't want to have, all this data that says our 8th graders are really where the strugglers, or whatever the results showed, but then have no plan on how to effectively deal with that. And I think, wouldn't you agree that probably, maybe some of the new funding that is being given to schools could be used for some of that? I know a lot of it is for social, emotional, things like that. But I definitely think as part of the conversation, it's not only collecting the data in whatever form, but it's also dealing with the results of the data.
And thank you. Absolutely. Sorry to cut you off, Representative. I couldn't agree with you more. I think there are federal funds coming in, and we know some are going to be targeted towards schools. We just know it. And this is a great way where we could look into this stuff over the summer. And let's just say school district A, A and B performed particularly poor on some sort of initial survey. These are things where we could pay teachers and pay educators and pay school health consultants throughout the summer to even reach out to students, because I know they're going to go home for 10 to 12 weeks and be alone again. And these are things that we could do, even outreach and repair our communities even before they come back into schools next fall. So I think that is completely on task and completely in bounds. And I think we're going to have the funds to help support initiatives like this. Thank you.
Any other questions at this time of Representative Fecto? Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Fecto. Your testimony was compelling. We've done little or no action research in the midst of this crisis, particularly in regards to student mental health. The question is, would you be in support of an amendment to this bill of some type that would result in a nearly immediate effort to gather data, quality data, in as efficient manner as possible to guide any decisions moving forward regarding students?
I would be elated. I would help the committee do it at 11:59 on a Sunday. It doesn't matter. It just needs to get done. I don't care if it has someone else's name on it. This is not a partisan issue.
You decide at 11:59. Let me know how you make out.
Yeah, I will. I'll definitely. But absolutely, couldn't agree more. This needs to be handled immediately.
Thank you.
Any other questions, folks, at this time of Representative Fecto? Seeing none, Representative, again, thank you very much for being with us. And I know you've stirred a lot of emotions within the committee this afternoon, as well as many, many questions that we'll be looking for answers on. Have a good afternoon, and thank you. I know that we do have, excuse me, some folks that are here to testify in addition to Representative Fecto. I believe we are going to hear from Mr. Bailey. Good afternoon again.
Yes, good afternoon again. Nice to see you again. Senator Rafferty and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, I am Stephen Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of the intent of LD 742. And I can't help but agree with many of the committee members who speak to the passion of Representative Fecto's in terms of having access to this to this data and responses from students during this very difficult year for them. As you know, the youth health survey is typically given every other year, and in this school year was intended to be given in February. With many students still in remote or hybrid learning, there was a concern raised about whether the survey would accurately reflect all Maine students. And so that was a concern in terms of the number of students actually that would be able to be accessed to be able to have the data represent a full impact. With circumstances normalizing in our schools, school boards and superintendents support giving the survey because we believe it gives us valuable information. A question we have is, could it be tailored somehow to take into account the reality of COVID and what effect it had and is still having on students and their mental health, particularly those who have been isolated? We also understand the Department of Education has some concerns about giving it this year. Their estimate is it would cost $700,000 to make it happen out of cycle, because our understanding is it's planned to be given next year. The department also shared they do not have enough time right now to put the survey together, assure reasonable participation, and get the completed survey back for this school year. However, we leave this in your hands, but want to underscore the survey does provide valuable insights about what is going on with our students. So overall, the intent for both committees would be to support the intent of LD 742, and we'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bailey. You said that the test is usually given in February, but due to the circumstances of no or not enough in-school students, that it wasn't given this year.
Correct.
And I mean, with all the stress and disruptions that we've had in our school year and to the students' life, not only with school, but home life, etc. I'm surprised that something else, if this test wasn't doable, and it's a concern of education and superintendents and school boards, et cetera, on the welfare of the kids, why wasn't something else set up and actions were taken to remediate any possible problems, but they're taken without knowing exactly what was going on? I mean, how do you address that?
Well, I think, thank you for the question, Senator Woodson. I do think that school districts, both individually as well as collaboratively, were taking a look at what was happening with their own students, with their own districts. And they were trying to make adjustments and monitoring who was not engaged in school, who was absent, who was truant, and some of the effects of not having the in-person instruction, 5 days a week. And so individually districts, we're making use of that information and being able to make adjustments individually within their own districts. This particular survey, which is a statewide and does draw from 2 or 3 different age bands, within the school setting, it does, as Representative Fecto did describe, it takes a great deal of time to make this information available, and it's usually not available till the following year. In terms of making sure that information is known and how it can be used, within each of the representative districts and our regions, because information is described regionally, and that level of information is made known to a variety of superintendents to be able to help plan for their districts. So the responses, in short answer, the responses were made more locally based on information that professionals had on the ground, knowing what impacts were being made and had within their individual districts. So this wouldn't necessarily have been data that would have been gathered and then utilized in the immediate setting. It would be information that would be gathered, and I agree with, again, Representative Fecto in terms of taking a look at the data that was there in 19 and also the data that was here this year in 2021. And as superintendents and board members had said, had we had the data, it would have been a terrific opportunity to be able to describe what the impact of this pandemic has had on our students. Unfortunately, that didn't happen in February, and whether or not we would have gotten a total response or total effect of what the results of that would be, with a diminished return with the number of students who typically would have completed it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for being here, Mr. Bailey. A brief question. Knowing that this may or may not be able to be put in, they may or may not be able to be putting in, give us data to base action on in the near future. Even if this is given now, the data is not going to give us any information to act on for quite a while. Do you have a sense with your organizations that school districts are responding to what I asked earlier? Are they already responding to what they perceive or have measured as increased concern, increased stress on students and things like that? Do you feel that districts are responding to that just from what they see?
I would say yes, yes, and yes. And I would say that knowing full well that teachers are exhausted, that special service providers are exhausted, trying to do the things that they can do in the best interest of students to recognize the very difficult issues that students and families are dealing with. So, yes, I would say to the best of their abilities, they are, Representative McCray.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And I'm not sure if this is for Mr. Bailey or perhaps Representative Fecto. The test that we would currently be using, so that would not be allowed to be used unless the student was sitting in front of you. Is that the only way it's possible to be administered?
That's what we understand, yes.
Okay. So
that was an in-school, in-person experience.
So that even if a school had a combination of in-school and virtual, is not testing more of a thought process because we don't have enough students to validate the test?
That I don't know, and I haven't contacted DHHS to determine that.
Thank you. Representative Brennan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little reluctant to jump in because I did miss, unfortunately, your comments, Representative Fecto, because I was in another committee. But I would add, I mean, any one of us in 5 minutes could go online and find assessment tools that identify anxiety, depression, substance use, across the board. And it's become much more common to have assessment tools online that individuals are able to take. And so I understand some of the comments from Mr. Bailey and also some Representative McCray. I think this data would be extraordinarily helpful if we could find a way to turn it around fairly quickly. And I do think that there are assessment tools that are available. The question might be how we aggregate that statewide. And then secondly, even how do you aggregate it, at district or school level? But the tools are there, and they're fairly reliable and fairly accessible. I'd like to think that we might be able to use some of the federal money that is coming to the state for this purpose, because I agree with Representative Fecto and with Mr. Bailey that there's a certain urgency to try to identify these issues and to be able to respond as quickly as we possibly can. So I think it's just us thinking through what that assessment process would look like and what we might be able to adapt from what's already there without having to implement this full DHHS survey. So I'm sorry, that was more of a comment than a question.
But we would agree. Any other questions at this time, please, of Representative Fecto or Mr. Bailey? Again, folks, thank you. I mean, we know this is a tough subject, but it's present, it's evident. And, this is what we're here for. So hopefully moving forward, we'll come to, a direction. But thanks for being here. Thanks for your testimony, and
Thank you.
good luck. Yeah, have a great day. Senator Woodson, sir.
Yes, thank you. Do we have anybody from the Department of Education or DHHS waiting to testify? And if we do, could we get them in?
I know that I'll ask Sam, but I believe we've heard from all of our registered speakers.
Yes, senators, we did have a very late sign up at 2:08.
I'm sorry.
No, that's very late. So it came through at 2:08 p.m. and I do believe it's a representative from DHHS. And if the chairs would like, I think that would be the only other person then for this bill.
Thank you. I think that, Senator Woodson was asked and it's answered, sir. So here we go. I know who to go to in the future.
And there are two of them, so just bear with me. I'm going to let one in and see. I'm not sure who the real one is.
Molly Bogart.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bogart.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I apologize for my late sign-in. I didn't think I was going to be able to join you, but was able to finagle it. So I appreciate your indulgence. My name is Molly Bogart. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Department of Health and Human Services, and really just want to bring your attention to the joint letter from DHHS, Maine CDC, and Department of Education. I do want to say, we absolutely appreciate Representative Fecto's commitment to this and share both the concerns and the commitment to children's mental and behavioral health. I know I can speak for my colleagues at the Department of Education about that, but also from our role at DHHS, both with Maine CDC, but also through the Office for Child and Family Services and Children's Behavioral Health Services. What I can speak to for you is this Maya survey itself, which is run by CDC with partnership from the Department of Education. And you've heard many of the challenges of implementing that specific survey in this school year. We are intending to apply that survey in the beginning of the 2021-2022 school year. You've had a number of questions specific to that survey. I've been taking them down, and we'll make sure that we get answers for you for the work session. But otherwise, wanted to make sure you saw that letter, and I'm here to answer any questions I can, or be prepared at the work session to bring you answers.
Senator Woodson, please, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Robart, thank you for being here. Does DHHS, do they decide what test? I mean, you've come out and said that the Maya test is just, it's not able because of time-wise, but does the department control or dictate when tests can be done, or what tests could be done in this situation?
So we wouldn't have any role in telling a school that they need to do or cannot do any other type of survey. We do a lot of the preparation work for MIAS, as well as the data collection and analysis. And so for that specific survey, we do play a role in when it's administered and in turning around the results of those. But as far as, any sort of other survey or data collection through the schools or through the Department of Education, we wouldn't have a role or any authority over that.
Okay, and to follow up, if I may, when it was decided that this test could not be given because of the circumstances we're in, did the department express their concern to Department of Education or anyone else that even though the test couldn't be done, something else needed to be done?
I wasn't part of those conversations earlier this year and late last year, so I would need to talk to some of my colleagues about what that actual conversation was about. But I would point you to the significant efforts that the Department of Education and our local schools, as well as DHHS and our Children's Behavioral Health Services, have done to support children and families' behavioral and mental health throughout the pandemic. And so I wouldn't characterize MIAS as the only way that we look to either assess or support families in those circumstances. So I can get you more information about that decision-making process, but there's certainly been a significant amount of work outside of that to make sure that children, families, teachers have the tools that they need to manage what is, continues to be a challenging situation for us all.
Yeah, so thank you. I appreciate that offer, and I looking forward to it. And I'd also, Mr. Chair, appreciate hearing from these other groups that she just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stearns, followed by Representative McCray, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bogart, for being here today. Whoops. I'll see if I can get back on live here.
You are.
Thank you, Senator. My question is this. You mentioned that the department has put in many services and responses to assist in what is perceived to be some mental health issues, anxiety, struggles. I guess I would ask the department, how did you know what responses to make if we have made no effort to collect any data in order to base the decision on what type of response to make?
Sure, thank you for that question. I think I will have to defer a bit to my Department of Education colleagues about exactly what tools were provided to schools and families. I know that they have been providing those resources, but I also, would say again that the MIAS is not the only way that we get information about our kids' needs or schools. We have, significant stakeholder engagement at the department. I expect I can speak for DOE there as well, but we're in constant touch, I know from the Children's Behavioral Health Services perspective with children, families, providers, to hear on the ground what they're facing and what kind of support that they need. And so, any decisions that we made and tools or other resources that we provided would have been informed by those conversations, those experiences.
Follow up, if I may.
Yes, sir.
So what you're saying is that those decisions were informed, but is it with any quantifiable data or anecdotal data and having just a verbal discussion with folks?
I'd have to check in with our team at Children's Behavioral Health Services and Department of Education around that decision-making process. But a lot of the immediate feedback that we can get without these thorough processes that take months is going to be that anecdotal data.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Representative McRae, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bogart, it's always good to see you. This is a general question, but you're on the hot seat right now, so I'm going to ask you. So we know that we really would like to get data yesterday. We'd like to get it as soon as we can. And this test that we've been talking about for the last half hour is at best slow. I mean, it takes months and months and months to get the data. We also know that it's important that it's not just district by district, so that if my school district up here in Northern Maine comes up with a viable test, it may tell us something about our district, but it's not collated at all or regionalized or even made statewide data. So this company obviously has that ability, albeit quite slow. Could you or HHS or DOE for the work session check to see, maybe even with this company, we don't need to know if somebody smoked cigarettes back in the 4th grade, if they're in the 10th grade now. We don't need this great, it is an immense survey. It really is, it's tedious. What we need is something to evaluate the mental status, the mental health status of kids today. Would there be some way that we could get some information maybe from this company or some other company that could give us valid data soon enough to use it? I know that's a terribly big question.
That's fine.
The answer would be so useful.
No problem. First I'll just say this, the company you refer to as Maine CDC. And so they are obviously doing a lot of work right now, but this is a critical topic. I think we can absolutely have that conversation with, I know Mr. Shea at the Department of Education has been doing a lot of this work, and we can collaborate with our colleagues at the Department of Education and respond more thoughtfully at the work session or prior to.
Okay, that would be much appreciated, either and perhaps in concert with our analyst and whoever can bring back some kind of recommendation. Maybe they're just going to say, hey, this is the best we can do, but I think we can do better. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? Yes, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you notice in the chat, Mr. Shea from the Department of Education is here. Would it be appropriate to hear his input at this time, or should we wait for the work session, please? I defer to you, your judgment.
And I would opt to have Mr. Shea come in and address a question or two if he could at this time. I think it might help set some direction for us.
Senator, do you want to make sure there are no more questions for Molly, but just so we can make sure things are still running smoothly? I mean, I just don't want things to get too chaotic in the room. I think some links are flying around now and people are just jumping into the public hearing.
Oh, I'd rather they didn't do that if we could, but in any
Yeah.
case, Sam, I appreciate you bringing that to my attention, but are there any other questions for Ms. Bogart? That's why I told you he's an outstanding clerk.
Watching.
And Ms. Bogart, I'm speaking for me, but I'm sure it's, the mindset of most committee members here, if not all, but we know this has been a very stressful time. I don't think that there's a service provider in the state that hasn't been challenged in COVID. So, please understand that we recognize that, we know that. We're just in a situation right now that certainly something's been pointed out to us, and we're trying to do the best we can right now to address it. Representative Stearns?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a friendly suggestion based on Representative Dodge's recommendation or inquiry. And I would say that anybody in the state of Maine, including the Department of Education, has had plenty of notice about testifying today on this bill. It seems to me like people are scrambling, according to our clerk, to now jump on the bandwagon. I would say that the appropriate venue for that would be in the work session. We've had testimony, but that's, again, a friendly suggestion.
I appreciate all friendly suggestions, and I see a friendly response by Representative Dodge and nodding her head, apparently in agreement. So thank you. And I know we're not going to solve this problem today, but I think that opportunity for us to do that is between now and potentially our work session. So if there aren't any other specific questions relative to right now for Ms. Bogart or for Representative Fecto. Any? Seeing none? Fine, then I'm going to call the hearing to a close at this time. Representative Fecto, thank you for being here again. I mean, it's clear that we all recognize your commitment and your passion, and we appreciate it and look forward to working with you on our work session.
Thank you, Senator. I know this committee is capable of enough to come out and support our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Sam, that does it for us in terms of public hearings for this afternoon.
Yes, Senator.
And before I let you go, I'll just, I see a hand up. Representative Brennan, please.
Thank you, Senator. I just want to make sure that we're clear from the committee whom and when we want, who do we want at the work session on this bill? Clearly, I think we want Mr. Shea from DOE. Do we also want somebody from DHHS that may be a little bit further into this than Ms. Bogart's was? And do we have any direction that we might be able to give our staff analysts in terms of getting questions and information before we get to the work session? Because obviously this discussion kind of spiraled into a lot of different directions. And so I just want to make sure that we give Sam Senate, not Sam Baker, clear direction and in terms of the work session, what type of data we're looking at. I don't know if the committee wants to become well-informed about surveys and survey design and research methodology and all of that, or whether or not we want to stick more to, are there things that we can do more immediately that give us some information that might be helpful, and what are potential interventions that might be available. So anyway, those are just I don't have any predictive answers. I just wanted to kind of raise those questions at this point so that we can make best use of the work session.
And they're great questions. So what we'll do is I'm going to hear from Senator Woodson, and then I think Representative Stearns, and then we'll have Sam deal with the specifics of what he needs from us. So these will be our last two questions, and we'll go to Sam. Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. I agree totally with Representative Brennan, and a lot of different departments have been mentioned here that have that should be involved or were involved in decisions that have been made so far, and sounds like they'll be involved going forward. One of the agencies is the CDC, which I'd like to, if they're involved, I'd like to have them able to have a representative there to ask questions.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with Representative Brennan again. And I'm really glad that Senator Woodson brought forward that one. But I'm going to suggest that if someone on the committee, it might be one of those aha moments that happens at 4:30 this afternoon. If they have someone, a legitimate person they'd like to have come forward for the work session, would it be okay for them to contact the chairs directly and make that request?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I hope so.
Oh, that would be great, I think, but an important issue, certainly.
So Sam, you give us what you feel you still need from us, direction?
I was just going to suggest, if the committee would like to hear from the CDC, that the letter that Ms. Bogart had referenced from the joint letter from CDC and DOE is co-signed by Mr. Shea from DOE and Ms. Nancy Beardsley, who's the deputy director of the main CDC. So it may be that she is the appropriate person to request to attend the work session.
Thank you. And I whatever, in my mind, whatever parties it takes to get, to the essentially what we're looking for. I'm not right now. There's no need to point fingers at anyone in my mind. I think what we need to do is, moving forward, what information can we gather this year that would help us move forward as we help students recover, not only educationally, because that is a target for this summer, but we want to deal with any emotions that might be involved there as well. So whatever information the person that can best answer, what information is available that we can use to do that. I think that would surmise it for me. And if you folks have any other potential questions that we, as Representative Stearns alluded, if the light comes on later on today, please reach out. Sam, thank you both for your work all week, the entire group. I know the whole committee. I mean, we had long day Tuesday, and but we've got a lot done this week, and not to be the grim reaper here, but I believe next week we're looking at a 4 days session. So we got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday for a little bit of catch up. Representative Roach, I know this guy has to have the last word. Here we go.
I do, and unfortunately, it's one of those ones that I don't want to say, but I think publicly, I want just got a news flash that unfortunately today another Capitol police officer was killed at our nation's capital in a car attack, and another one injured. And I just want to say my thoughts and prayers out to this. This is becoming a habit that isn't one I wish. Having a son that worked at the Capitol for a year, this really upsets me to see this stuff. But I just want to make sure we all thought about this as we go into the weekend. I want everybody to have a great weekend, but these things break my heart every time I see it. So I just wanted to say that before we left.
They do, and thank you for doing that, Representative Roach. And so if you look at the faces of this committee and take, in my case, maybe 50 years off my age and wonder how I would deal with it at that time. So it's tough, and that's what we're trying to understand. So folks, enjoy your weekend. I hope, get rested up. Oh, it's Easter weekend as well. I'm going to have limited candies. Thank you, folks, for your work.